Oh, hello, hello, hello. Let me open up Notepad. Make sure I have notes on all of this stuff. Hello. I hope y'all are having a good day. I'm streaming. Let me let everybody know that I am streaming. Hold on. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Hopefully it's not making a noise. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. We're going to play some Stalker 2. Get some calls in. See what we get. Copy link address at everyone. We've got beaubro saying, hi, First Amender. And we have James Miller saying, first. You should have said second. beaubro always beats people. beaubro says, hope you had a good weekend. What do you mean? It's still the weekend. Man, this game looks good. Now, where the heck was I? What was I doing here? What was I doing? Let me look at this map. Bunch of enemies. I think I was trying to head here, but I wonder why. Do I have too much stuff? Oh, you betcha I got too much stuff. All right, we know what to do. Oh my goodness, we are crawling. We are crawling. Thank goodness it's only 140 meters. beaubro says. James Miller says, let's see some skate gameplay. You are the second person to actually ask me this. Talking about specifically skate. I have my brother. He was just like, hey, you should play skate with me. And I was like, what's skate? And he was like, oh, it's like really awful Fortnite, but apparently it's got good skating mechanics. I'm like, what? I'm like, why would I want to do that? And he's like, I don't know, it's fun, but you just kind of have this underlying feeling that you're going to see Goku trying to skate. One down. So we get this. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Call in. You want a debate? I'm not hiding. I'm like Charlie Kirk. Just not as big. In other news. God dang it. In other news, I have officially watched a bunch of Charlie Kirk. Like a lot. Like several hours worth. I said I was gonna. I told AWOL that I would. And, let's see here. Vinny saying, typical lib, doesn't even care that the NFL is on. Yeah, I mean, listen. Sports are cool. They're great. Good sports ball. It's a good time. Everybody loves it. There's a lot of moments that are just like, I try to watch it, but there have been people where they just, I don't know, they're just like, oh, I'm not into football. I say, well, just hang out with me and let's watch football. And then they're like, no, I'm not into football. I'm just going to play Fortnite or something, or whatever game they're playing in the moment. And then I'm like, yeah, but we can hang out and watch football. And then they're like, no, I don't want to watch football. And I was just sitting there alone because I'm a nerd and all of my other friends are also nerds. They're just like, why do you like football? And I was like, I don't know. It's fun to watch. It's fun to sit down and have a beer with your friends and just just yell at the screen for a little bit. It's fun. They didn't respond to that. in any way. They're just like, well, we could, play a video game instead of watch boring football. But I like football. I think it's cool. I liked it. I go Bills. Let's go Buffalo. But because I don't really have anybody that wants to actually watch football with me, I don't watch football. It's also like a really big time commitment, I've noticed. Like the amount of time that you have to spend like just sitting there watching football is kind of crazy. Some people, they go crazy with it, man. They'll have like the craziest stuff. Is this emission over? Like, can we like be done with this emission so we can get to base? Luke is a cool dude saying there's people up there, hand up in the Discord. Oh, sorry. Let's see. I didn't even see it. Where is it? Oh, okay. Come on up, Geekmender.
You are a geek. Amanda, how are you? How are you feeling?
Good.
I am scared, Amanda.
What do you want to talk about?
I would like to talk to you about the rise of fascism in Western countries.
Yeah?
And how these right-wingers, and I'm not saying all right-wingers, but there's a whole lot of them who fall into the trap of fascism.
I'll tell you what.
And validate it.
I am well on the pathway to de-radicalize these people. I'm trying to show them the error of their ways through discussion and debate, just like Charlie Kirk.
Sometimes I feel like they're unreachable. It sometimes feels hopeless.
Maybe to some extent, but maybe not. Heck, Charlie Kirk got an entire youth of people arguing in favor of Christo-fascism, so I feel like I got a chance arguing for basic human rights, don't you think?
Think?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
My main concern with people arguing about fascism is it validates it. It makes it a real political ideology. And once you start doing that, it can lead to very dangerous things.
Yeah, there's some... I would agree with you to some extent, though I do think that I should just... I do like people listening in, having a discussion, and break down why their right-wing idea is a bad idea. We have tried these types of ideas in the past, and we don't really observe it like making a better life. We don't at all. In fact, if anything, the countries that live high quality of living standard, they're all liberal democracies that argue that are largely secular. Nobody goes to like a theocratic nation and goes like, oh, that's a great idea. Nobody thinks that. You know what I mean? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So I'm playing Minecraft, sorry. I agree with you. I think we should try and convince these people otherwise. But it's just that there are people who may be smarter than them who say, hey guys, look over here, these people are taking your jobs, or these people are taking taxes.
Yeah, well, I argue for some critical thinking. Think about this. Not all immigrants just want to take jobs. Some of them make jobs. And there's no inherent possibility where white people make more jobs than brown people. It doesn't really pan out. It's like if you just give people the tools that they need to succeed, then you're going to have people who make jobs, and you're going to have people who take a job, and that's kind of how robust economies work.
Yeah, no, exactly right. But these people, it's not. I don't think it's ever the people's fault. I think it's always the people who are spreading this kind of hate fault, right?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm out on the stage trying to push back against these ideas. Anything I can do to help mitigate all of this is I'm going to do my best. I get that I'm nowhere near as big as Charlie Kirk, but I got to start somewhere.
like the issue is that it's becoming popular. The idea of
Yes.
fighting for your country or being patriotic enough to be like, oh, these immigrants, get them out, whatever, is becoming a very popular idea in like
Yes.
young men.
Yes.
And these young men, they don't have the
Largely and thanks to
education
people
or
like Charlie Kirk.
yeah, exactly right. But I think it's a deeper issue. I think after the fall of the Nazis, we the Western countries didn't do enough to mitigate the spread of Nazism throughout their
Uh,
own countries.
the Nazism was mitigated pretty heavily, especially in Germany, and it was
Yeah,
largely
well, in
considered an
Germany where it
illegal.
was
But at the same time, there
yes,
were also white supremacists that
there's
were
a
taken with open arms into their country. A good example would be Argentina, and I know the United States took in a lot of like Nazi scientists.
so the there's a really good song by Chumbawamba called "The Day the Nazi Died," and that's a song about how people can't grasp the concept that there are still Nazis around to this day, and those Nazis obviously have dog whistles, or they have they have ways of communicating with each other, but they also have uh ways of convincing people, not the normal Joe, that these like immigrants or that the government or any other group, trans people, are evil and that they want to obliterate a certain race or they want to stop working class people from being successful or they control the world, stuff like that. Um, and there's a huge rise of that. And I'm a young person. I'm 19, and when I see, in my age, I talk to them. I was talking to this guy recently, and he said exterminate all the homeless because it'll be easier than rehousing them.
Yeah, that's
And
wild.
he genuinely believed that, and he had the balls to say that in a public space.
Are you talking about that one
And
guy on Fox News that just said that?
no, I'm pretty sure he was quoting him, but this
That's
guy who I was
terrible.
talking to in real life. This is in real life. I was at a Greg's, and he says this, and then walks away from me.
Okay.
It's like it's hard to watch,
Well,
you
it's
know, and I
it's
wish I could do
it's
more.
my job to advocate for human reason and establishing human dignity upon all people. You know, I can, for example, ask a lot of these people who argue this that, hey, you're a Christian, right? Okay, well, why aren't you advocating for the human dignity of these people? Like, do you think Jesus would
I think
like you for
Christians
denying basic
often,
rights to immigrants,
yeah.
for example? Like, it's
I mean,
super
a
hypocritical.
lot of religions do this, right? Like they
Yeah,
say
they like
in
demonize
the
an
Quran
entire
or in the
group of people.
Bible,
Yeah,
it says love thy neighbor, and then and
and
then they
then they
go and hate
don't
thy
love thy
neighbor.
neighbor. Yeah, they don't love thy neighbor at all, not even a little bit.
They go and kill thy
In
neighbor,
fact, they're
which is a
openly
sin.
antagonistic toward thy neighbor. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what do you think this is? How do you think your
It's
religion
all
even works?
yeah. It's very painful to also see, suicide rates going up within the youth, of, usually people on the left, and they see all this negative news. They see all the other people's suicides. I mean, um, ages ago, but still recent in my mind, was that one of my friends killed themselves because they couldn't see the world getting better.
That's sad.
And that thinking is not rare amongst young people, amongst young leftists, because they see people with these heinous opinions getting platformed and getting being able to speak, such as Charlie Kirk, right? Like, I think Charlie Kirk was responsible, and people like
Yeah.
him responsible for the deaths of many people.
Well, you can call me
And you should be safe.
the anti Charlie Kirk. So I'm pushing again. I'm rooting for
Are
you.
you going to? Are you, okay, well, I
Speak
just
at
talked
college
about trans people
campuses.
committing suicide because of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and so I'm
Are
gonna
you going to make
affirm.
right wingers? Are you gonna make right wingers? Bite the bullet.
No,
Okay. Well, you shouldn't say you're the
I
anti-Charlie
just want.
Kirk then.
Yeah, I am the anti Charlie Kirk in that I literally argue the exact opposite of whatever Charlie Kirk is arguing. And what I'm observing is, Charlie Kirk consistently pushed against basic human dignity and argued, alt-right conspiracy theories in making the United States a more white population. He believed that immigrants were coming to the country and taking away everybody's jobs and making life worse and increasing crime, and that this is entirely designed by the liberal establishment. He believed in all of these things. I'm here to push back against that. I think that the immigrant is a fabulous thing. I don't have an issue with immigrants. I don't even care that if most people around me are more brown than white. That shouldn't bother me, and nor should that bother any other white guy. It's just stupid. I mean, the other thing is,
I
like,
mean,
if Charlie Kirk had his way, I wouldn't even be a United States citizen by his own metric. Both of my parents came to this country
do you
not
want to be a
citizens of
United
this
States
country, but
citizen?
well, most of both my parents came to this country as not citizens to this country, but having green cards. And he sat there arguing open faced, wanting to end birthright citizenship. And well, that would make me effectively not a citizen according to his eyes. It's wild to me because you're talking about human beings. Like, I didn't choose to be in the United States. My parents did. I was just born here. And if Charlie Kirk had his way, they would look at a guy like me and say, well, you don't deserve to be an American. You're not an American. I can't even speak Spanish fluently, and somehow I'm not an American? How about this? We got to stop with the racism. We got to stop with
Yeah,
the
but there
open,
always will be racism.
hateful antagonism. And we need to look for, okay, what actually makes people's lives better? What can we empirically show this works? Stop with the hate. Stop with the transphobia, the anti-LGBTQ, all that stuff. Let's
But
fix
this is
it.
all easy to say, but people will always be racist, Amanda. There's like no way
I
around it.
suppose so, but I'm pointing out the absurdity of it. I don't see a country get better by being racist. I'm not observing that. I've never observed any country get better by doing that. If anything, when you are a racist country and you get your way, you could look, for example, at Japan is probably the best possible example of an ethnically homogenous culture. And they're not really a bastion of like, wow, this world is so super great for them. I mean, the reality is the Japanese, their economy is in shambles. They have a work ethic and life culture that is so toxic both towards men and women, to the point that they are effectively paralyzed with fear based on their own social stigmas. And because of their inability to be able to live out their life as they see fit, they have things that they just refer to as, say, suicide forest. And that's just normal. That it's normal to just go out in the woods and just off yourself. That's a normal thing. Or jump off of the
Yeah,
roof of where you working, 12-hour days. It's insane. And they actually have a very heavily aging population where they can't even maintain their current like social standing. The only option that they have at this point is to take in immigrants, but they won't even do that. So they suffer. And that's an ethnically
yeah.
homogenous culture. That's the end result, right? That's the death
Well, they always shoot themselves in the foot.
yeah,
When it comes to like being ethnically pure.
exactly. And there's
Because
also
you're never ever going to be pure ethnically like white or black or brown, right? There's always going to be some kind of percentile in you that comes from a different culture or comes from a different background, and you can't do anything about that.
There's also the fact that there's this like myth that people tend to segregate within their like own race. It's total nonsense. You can grab any individual and ask for their 23andMe if they ever got one, or a genetics test, and you're never going to find a person that's like, oh, you're 100% white, or oh, you're 99.9%. Like, every single person that gets one of their genetic ancestry, they're from a series of many different haplogroups of people coming from all sorts of different parts of the world. Like, you are not ethnically homogenous. We never were ethnically homogenous. Your genetic chart shows that to be the reality. So this idea that it's like this country for this ethnicity is total nonsense. It's just not. It's not normal. It's just there to stoke fear and hatred towards people of your own people, just like you. They're just like you. The black guy, the white guy, the Hispanic guy, they're just like you. They're just trying to live their life, and they're just trying to get a better life. And I want to build a life that's better for everybody.
I agree with you, and we're both on the left. It's just that I don't like to see, my brothers and sisters killing themselves because of words, all another man, right? That doesn't spark hope or confidence in me.
We'll give it time. What do you think is going to happen in time for the midterms? I have hope that
I think Trump will rerun.
No, he's already president. It's the midterms. Do you understand?
Oh, right. I don't know how America works.
Okay.
Sorry,
so there's some elections that happened midway through a presidency where they elect new members of the House and the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
And
who elects them?
All the states. Each state.
Right.
And I'm just going to be honest with you. I think the Republicans are going to get crushed. I think so. Yeah. Because, like, what I'm observing
but hasn't,
here...
like, Trump got a stranglehold on, like, everyone, it seems like?
No.
Like
no, the votes are going to happen one way or another, with or without Trump. Like, it's going to happen. So, I guess, like, my problem is that I don't see what Trump is doing to be, like, super popular. Like, people aren't liking what's happening. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but Republicans, I do believe you're shooting yourself in the foot, because the reality is that it wasn't 50% of the population that voted for Trump. It was only about 30%. And the people that voted for Kamala was 28%. Most people didn't even vote. So
yeah, I mean,
I think regular people are going to see what the Republicans have done. And I believe people are going to come out in droves and just go against it. And by the way, if you're listening to this and you live in the United States, consider getting out there and voting for your midterms, because holy crap, guys! Like, do you guys really want more of
or
this?
if you don't live in the United States, commit mail fraud.
All right, no, don't do that. What is wrong?
Okay,
are you okay?
Well, it's just.
Bruh.
They did it last time.
Did what?
The Republicans, they
I don't know what you're
they
talking
paid some
about.
people.
I do not know what you're talking about.
Okay, you can play ignorance all you want, Amanda, but you know what happened last election?
Okay. What do you mean? What happened?
It was very suspicious.
Kamala Harris lost by a narrow margin.
Yeah, very suspicious.
I don't have any evidence to show that the election was stolen.
I think it was.
Okay.
Because if you look right at the, I think it was, especially how close it was, and then also all the news was showing like these very secure like voting areas. You had like people with machine guns outside, right? Whatever. And then like
I have no idea what you're talking about.
people took videos of people like literally like going into a voting booth, walking out, like 5 minutes later with a bunch of paper on them. So hopefully next time the Liberals will pay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm hoping the Liberals will pay China next time so they can like.
You think
rig the
China's
election.
responsible for rigging the election?
Well, how else would you get so many like migrants to do it for you, right? Like, China is very good at underpaying people for work. They're very good at that.
Okay.
Anyway, I think I'm done here.
Okay.
I'm a Geekmender. But remember, guys, the election was stolen, and
I don't agree with that.
commit mail fraud. Alright, bye-bye, Geekmender.
Bye. That was a strange conversation. That was Geekmender there. And then he called me Geekmender. We're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, dude, how's it going?
Hello.
This is Wex. I was on here a little while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a conversation about gender that was very unproductive, I think. I kind of want to try again, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
So I have a lot of friends who are very dubious about the idea of transgender people. And when I talk to my friends who have this like belief, and I try to like sort of argue with them.
When you say dubious, what do you mean? Like,
yeah, so people who are more conservative leaning and would say something like, "Listen, man, a woman is an adult human female. It's a person with 2 X chromosomes. I don't understand how anybody could like transition to become a woman. That seems like ridiculous and made up to me." Like that sort of position.
Yeah.
And so I'll argue with these people, and the thing that I try to explain to them is that they are sort of misunderstanding the way that definitions work and the content of words. Very rarely can you like distill the meaning of a word or a concept down to just some singular objective characteristic. That's why the definition of like adult human female is not a good definition, because then it's just, what is an adult human female? You know, you've conveyed no more meaning about the concept, right? And so what I'll explain to them is that you ask them like, what is a chair? You know, and the answer is kind of like, well, it's something I can sit on. And what that means is that the meaning of chair exists between my like subjectiveness and the objective world. It's not a thing that's out there. It sort of comes into being when I interact with the world. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, yes. Sorry, did any of that make sense?
Yeah, no, okay. Makes sense.
Okay, right. And so woman is similar, right? It exists between the subjective and the objective. And so when I hear you argue with like conservatives about gender, you'll say things like, well, gender is a feeling about your sex, and that it boils down to the neurochemistry and like hormones and all. It boils down to biology, essentially. And I draw issue with that definition of gender because I don't think that's the meaning of the concepts of woman and man. Like, I don't think you can say woman means like certain chemical pathways in somebody's brain or the hormones that they were like born with. I feel like you have the same problem the conservative does, that's not what the content of the word woman is. Do you understand what I'm saying there at all?
No.
Damn it. All right, never mind then. Sorry for bothering you then.
Wait, that was it? All I said was I don't agree. Like.
Oh, you don't agree? Hey, man.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, I was. What part do you disagree with?
Well, you're saying that, okay, but you're trying to boil down something that can't be accurately defined, but then how can we even be using the English language talking to one another if none of this stuff can be accurately defined?
Well, right. I think that we exist in like a cultural environment where we sort of share subjective elements, and that's what allows us to like.
Yeah,
live
so
in
it
the
is
same
possible
world.
to accurately define something, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
I don't think it would boil down to characteristics like that.
So regarding woman, when I ask
Mm-hmm.
what they mean by the word woman, like I ask, do you mean by gender or sex? Those are two different answers.
Yes.
So if someone says sex, I'm going to say, okay, XX chromosomes, at least 18 years of age, large gametes, as in
Yeah.
they produce eggs, not sperm. Eggs are big, sperm is small. Resulting in secondary sex characteristics such as fat placement, facial bone density. These are all things that I would attribute to woman in terms of sex. In terms
Yes.
of gender, I would say it is an internal sense of your sex. And those aren't necessarily aligned based on your genitalia or large or small gametes. So that's what I refer to when I say, like, hey, a trans woman is a woman. I'm referring to it in terms of sex. I'm sorry, in terms of gender, not sex.
In terms, I guess, do you think that's what people mean though when they say woman?
No, I think that
You think
people
they
don't
mean
do any
this
reading on this
person-
subject whatsoever, and they look at something very intuitively without understanding anything.
Okay. I guess so. So my argument for why, like, I guess trans people are valid, is that the characteristics of the object don't necessarily determine what the meaning of the thing is, and that when we talk about woman, what we're referring to is a certain fittedness between our subjective framework and like the objective world, and that between those two things, woman arises. Like I was talking about like earlier with chair. And so a trans person can be like a trans woman is a woman because they fit the subjective framework that we exist in. Like it, like I guess that's how I argue for why a trans person is valid. And I don't know. What do you think about that? Does that sound like a weak argument to you?
Yes, because what they're going to,
Okay.
like, from a right-winger's perspective, they're like, well, I'm not operating under a subjective framework. I'm operating under the objective framework, and under an objective framework, they're not a woman. You're not addressing the difference of gender and sex, which, by the way, is scientifically backed. Like the concept of gender is backed by multiple points of science, from endocrinology to embryology to neurobiology towards biology.
I think I would follow up with that right winger though, who's telling me that they're operating under an objective framework. I would ask them what makes them think that they've got any idea what the like objective nature of reality is. Like why would they think that?
Because they have God. I don't know. I don't argue this.
Oh, I guess. Well, but I think that's important. Like then I would have to get into the divine command argument. Like you can argue this out, and they'll lose. I think.
Probably.
That's not like a sustainable position.
Probably. I mean, I personally, I think it becomes much more concrete when I can show you the exact neurobiology behind it and the exhibition of the observational known subcortical differences in the brain by a person being trans. And these are people that just self-identified as trans. Then when we analyze their brain structure, that they had different morphology from that of their cisgendered counterparts prior to hormone therapy. That's a really, really strong argument that it's not in their head. It's a literal physical difference that exists among trans individuals that does not exist among cisgendered counterparts.
I feel like it feels like to me that those would all be correlates of the gender, but that the gender itself is.
Yeah,
is,
I mean,
is
I
different from
can't rule out that it's causal. This is actually like kind of like the common like endocrine problem regarding, does the feeling cause the hormone? Does the hormone cause the feeling? We actually have no way to determine which causes which. Like, is a person naturally aggressive that then causes the formation of more testosterone? Or does testosterone cause more aggression? That's really hard to determine.
Yeah.
I'm of the argument that I believe that the testosterone causes, because you can give somebody more testosterone and they become more aggressive.
It's true. Yeah. I don't know. I guess that was the best I could sort of do.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem. Are you subscribed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Wex. You have a great day.
Of course, you too.
Bye-bye. That was Wex. Phones are open. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have an argument. Let's have a discussion. Catalyst says, unique brain morphology does not make someone the opposite gender. Well, this is what I mean, is like the difference between gender and sex. You're thinking about sex, not gender. Gender, yes, but sex, no. Joe Salt says, illegal immigrant. If you're a God-believing, God-fearing Christian, you really should be treating illegal immigrants as humans. And one of the things that's kind of endowed upon you is the inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness. By them being in war-torn countries, and then, by the way, war-torn largely because of the fault of the United States, that you really should take in people who are genuinely suffering with their family and not treating them as second-class citizens, but as actual human beings deserving as just as much as you do. You as a Christian should absolutely hold that very close to your heart, because I believe Jesus Christ would have told you to take in illegal immigrants, legal or illegal. I'm sorry. You're on the wrong side of history arguing against immigration. Joe Salt says, I don't believe in God, bud. Okay. So do you just believe in like the suffering of humans? Because I'm arguing making life better for people, not making life worse. If your argument is to make life worse for people by subjugating a minority based on a crime that they had committed, mind you, it's a misdemeanor. It's not even like a relatively serious crime. Your argument is to basically treat them as non-human, put them in concentration camps, and say, well, they've broken the law. That to me is absurd, and it is also morally abhorrent. Catalyst says, those are debunked Noam Chomsky talking points. I don't even watch Noam Chomsky. These are my own ideas. I haven't even read a Noam Chomsky book. Maybe I should. That sounds based as fuck. If that's his argument, that's based as fuck. How about let's argue for making the world a better place? Seriously. Like, why are we fighting one another? The phones are open. You can call the number 202-998-5218. I do want to have a conversation with anybody who is a right-winger. If you disagree with, I guess, the woke liberal position, I'm here to hear you out. I'll listen to your argument. I do want to, let's have an actual debate about it. I think that the right-wingers couldn't be more wrong on a multitude of topics. The discussion is often just rhetoric with no logic or facts. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's your name?
Ryan. I called a couple days ago, maybe. I was a libertarian caller.
Cool. How you doing, Ryan?
I was
Oh
drunk
yeah,
that
you're
day.
my video of the
I
week.
said you were handsome.
Yeah, you're my video of the week.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
Apologies for the thumbnail. It's not flattering.
Oh,
to
you're
you.
good, dude. I get the
It's
like
part.
the-
It's part of the whole shtick, you know.
I get the whole algorithm thing.
Yeah.
I take no offense. You're still a handsome fella.
All right. So what's up? What do you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, I was kind of drunk that day. Got out from a family gathering.
Did you re-listen to it?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think I did a very good job talking about, because I do think there's a lot of problems with the libertarian philosophy of it kind of being easy to have a gotcha when it comes to things like street-side bintol things in India and
Yeah.
all the stuff. I do think that the hardest thing to do with a gotcha with the libertarian perspective, though, is foreign policy.
Uh-huh.
You told me to check out Bob Woodward, and I had remembered with all the libertarian podcasts I listened to that name came up, and I was trying to remember how. And it comes up because you know anything about Watergate?
Yes. He was one of the chief
He was
people that
right.
uncovered the Watergate scandal, and ever since then he had been writing on presidents, making.
Yeah. He was a no-name journalist before then, and he just happened to crack the biggest story of the most popular president at the time.
And you told me to read Enough Already by Scott Horton. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will. I'm currently going through a book called Cokeland by Christopher Leonard, and I'll let you know when I finish Enough Already.
Okay. I think Bob Woodward is, this is, kind of, you might think this is kooky. I think he's a plant.
A plant to who?
An intelligence plant.
You think he's just an intelligence plant? Where did you get that information?
Probably just an intelligence plant. Well, he came out, it's, provable that he came out of naval intelligence. And then as soon as he gets out, quote unquote, of naval intelligence, he gets the biggest story of the 19...
Well, he does his investigative... I mean, someone was going to find information regarding the Watergate scandal one way or another. It just happened to be Bob Woodward. And ever since then, he's been writing on various presidents, and he's been allowed access to the Oval Office with a tape recorder, just recording history as it's happening, and then putting it down on his book. And then you have the privilege of being able to read such a book and understanding the perspective of these people as it's happening. I read the book regarding it was under President George W. Bush and his discussion with Dick Cheney.
Horrible person. Even worse person.
Yeah, and I also read the one under Obama, and there were two under Trump that I read, and the first one that I read was Fear by Bob Woodward on Donald Trump. I don't have any indication that he's a plant, but if he is a plant, then he's a very good one, because he writes some very good books explaining things as exactly as they happen and with a stunning level of clarity. It's actually wild because you're sitting there reading a book and he says, hey, he believes this XYZ will happen if R happens, in some of his books. And he's quite prescient, as in he's very good at predicting the future on these things, especially regarding Donald Trump. And so, I mean, plant or no plant, he seems to be quite accurate in what he's talking about.
I think a big criticism he gets within the community is that he he's very good on the what's, but not exactly the why, like the beginning whys. Like, why are we here in the first place?
You really should. Well, that's not his question. His questions are regarding what's going on in the presidencies as they're happening. You could just read about it.
Relevant.
What's good to read about is understanding these perspectives, and you can hear, for example, like the various tapes that he had talking with Donald Trump directly, and you can hear Donald Trump speaking to Bob Woodward, and you can find his information, his notes, what he got out of Donald Trump when he was following him around. And I'm just saying that when you get to hear, like, straight from the Oval Office exactly what is happening as it's happening, and they're telling you, like, their perspective and what ultimately leads presidents to make, foreign policy decisions, it's where I realize that libertarians are just completely incapable of understanding, I guess, the perspective at the moment. They think that it's like a good or bad kind of a situation when it's not really a black or white in the moment. It's only black or white in hindsight. But in the moment, it's closer to a 51-49, and you have to figure out what's your 51. And it can lead to some pretty rough outcomes as a result.
I think when I called, I mentioned something about kind of autistically, it probably seemed that I was deep into my Irish heritage.
Okay. Nothing wrong with
and
that.
I didn't bring that up for no reason. I forgot why I brought it up at the time, but it has to do with 800 years of English oppression.
Okay.
And because OPEC was brought up and how they're not a big fan of us.
Okay.
Ireland, for the longest time and still today, pretty much demonizes the English.
Okay, yeah. Certain parts.
It's popular. I don't know if you've been to Irish pubs or listened to.
Well, I've been to Ireland. I've been there.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've seen it.
It's somewhat celebrated. Terrorism is somewhat celebrated.
Sorta not. Depends on what part.
I know
and it depends on who you're talking to, and there's a lot of areas where that's very much not okay. The Irish car bombing of the past is not seen as a positive time in Irish.
It depends on who you talk to.
Exactly, it depends on who you talk to. There's huge differences in the politic there. So,
but yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. You can't, like, it's not one of those taboo. You can't even make an argument. Like you can't make an argument that
what is your point?
Well, when OPEC and other nations say things like "death to America," I understand why, because we colonized them and subjugated them for about. If you want to talk about like FDR concreting the Saudi royalty, then all the way back to there. If you want to talk about, if you think it started with Eisenhower, you can go back to there. But we've subjugated and colonized them for so long that I understand why they would hate us.
Okay.
And I think the libertarian perspective is just leave them alone, and they won't hate us.
That might be true if they didn't want to turn the entire globe into a caliphate.
They're going to have to do that peacefully, or,
Would you like to peacefully be owned under a caliphate? Like if they just did it peacefully, right? And just like...
Well, if it's peacefully, then that means their ideas won the day.
And so you would be okay with the caliphate?
If it's peacefully, that means everybody agreed to it.
Yeah. So because I'm not okay with the caliphate. I think it results in
the
innumerable suffering of half the population, women.
No, I agree. I don't think those ideas will
that
win the
and
day.
even some men.
Either have to do that peacefully, or there would be, the non-aggression principle obviously doesn't apply to defense.
But I'm saying that all they would have to do is just outnumber you, and then your society becomes a caliphate, and they can just violently overthrow you.
So,
Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
When
Like,
you
they would
say
just
that,
they would
is
just
that-
get
is
their
that like
way. They vote in a caliphate, and then all of a sudden, the entire American population is under a caliphate. Half the population is no longer has rights and are effectively second-class citizens, women, and anybody who's LGBT gets killed. So I would be
So
killed.
I'm assuming the argument is correct that is what most Islamic countries in the Middle East want. I don't necessarily agree
Not
with that.
most, but I'm saying that if there are certain sects of Islam where that's exactly what they want. They want a global caliphate.
Right. Well, I mean, there's certain sects of Christianity that want,
I agree,
Christian
and I don't like
nationalism as well.
Christianity either. I fight against both of these ideas because I think
Well,
it
I mean, I
results in
kind
the
of like
innumerable
Christian.
harm.
I'm not a
but it-
believer.
That's the
like,
problem,
I
though.
take my kids to
It results
church
in the innumerable harm of a ton of people.
No, I agree. I also think the problem with any sort
Yes, I
of
don't want
religious
to
state
argue
is
for a
that,
thing that results in the innumerable harm of half the population.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't want to live in a society that results in the innumerable harm of half the population.
Right, but I don't think those ideas would win the day. But I think so. Are you saying that all they would have to do is outnumber you, and then they would?
Yeah.
Those
Like, I
ideas don't
think
really
that there
matter? It doesn't matter
needs
if
to
the
be
ideas win the
like
day?
a ground set of rules that need to be like assumed before anybody is able to take power.
Oh, this actually touched on another thing. So, you talked about our ideologies and how we want to make them beautiful and all together, and kind of talked about how you need a state, and I agree with that. And obviously, your name is First Amender.
Yeah.
And I wanted, this isn't really an argument, it's just kind of a philosophical point that you can wrestle with. So you believe in freedom of speech, obviously.
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, okay, well, so what do you mean?
I think we're too lax on the freedom of speech.
We're too lax on it?
Yeah. Like, I think we need to have hate speech laws.
Who gets to decide that?
The government.
Like, who gets to decide what hate speech is?
Basically, like, if you are living in a society where there is a level of open antagonism, so much so to the point that people have a hard time existing, you're not allowed to do that. You go to jail for that.
I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set, because whoever
Well,
gets in power can kind of decide what
Well,
hate
not
speech-
if the
what-
line gets
is
kept there. Not if you can have a rule that says, hey, you can't move this line, the line is here. The whole point of it, the whole point of why you want rights to begin with is because it makes your life better, more consistent. That's why. If it was a right that led to worse outcomes, you probably would think it's a stupid right. So what we do is that we uphold rules and traditions that we know do impact you in a positive way. So when I'm looking at freedom of speech, I can observe that there are some countries that have pretty staunch freedom of speech, and then we can observe most European countries, including New Zealand, including Australia, Canada. All these countries have hate speech laws. And you have to ask yourself, the idea is, hey, if we have freedom of speech, then the best ideas are going to be the winner and truth will prevail. Do you observe that? Do you see that happening in the United States as opposed to, say, the Netherlands or New Zealand or Australia or any of these European countries?
I think those European countries are getting fed up with the hate speech laws, actually.
Maybe to some extent, maybe a certain sect of people, specifically people that are intolerant of tolerant societies. The problem is that when it's forced to go into the underground, it actually results in, okay, it is not okay to be thinking this way. And when people realize that it is not okay, it shifts the Overton window significantly. It is no longer openly acceptable to be openly racist towards one another. You actually have to get along with one another. And I think that that is a better and more equitable society, and one that would result in better quality of living outcomes, including in the United States. I believe that.
I think that would foment more violence in underground areas.
No. So that was actually analyzed. There were studies done in Australia that specifically addressed exactly what you're talking about. What ends up happening is, while there is a small, violent group of people, the point is that it's smaller than as if it were out in the open. If it's out in the open, then more people feel vindicated in arguing in that way. And when more people feel vindicated, it increases overall violence. Whereas, again, like you can observe right-wing hate crimes in the United States per capita is higher than that in these European countries where hate speech laws are implemented. That's the truth. Because it's not okay to do that. Well, it would be causal, because it's a law that says, hey, you can't do that. And then lo and behold, people are less extreme.
The law just says you can't talk about that.
Like, think about it this way. How many people were flat earthers, say, in 1970? Like none, right? Very little, if any at all. Probably non-existent, I would say. However, nowadays, because flat earth has been, more, when it is out in the open, more people believe in that thing. People feel vindicated in their speech, knowing that other people believe in what they believe. That's how that works.
That is because we didn't hear from those people in the 1970s?
No.
Because there were
there's certain
institutions that would kind of be
but that's the thing, right? We're hearing them out now. Like, if you think that I have not listened to a race realist argue why we need a white European United States, I have. I've listened to them. I've heard out their arguments. Well, I have disproven their arguments over and over and over, and they never change their viewpoint. They just stay the same. No difference or change is ever exhibited, no matter what evidence I present to them. Right. I don't know how to communicate with these people.
I think the percentage probably of flat earthers in the 1970s might have been around the same, but we just didn't hear from them.
The percentage of what?
Because flat earthers in the 1970s could
this
have been
is what
the
I'm
same.
saying. Like, if people feel that there is no community to support them, they just go out into the underground. They often, the Overton window is just shifted. Again, I'm telling you, by us being as flagrant as we are regarding our free speech and how codified it is, I don't see how it's actually resulting in a better society. It's actually making society worse. The truth is not put to the top as the ultimate purveyor, as Donald Trump, being the winner of this election, be a perfect example of the truth doesn't always prevail. Donald Trump had made more lies during his first presidency. I think it was over 30,000 documented lies within his first presidency. The reality is that truth is often buried under a mountain of lies. That's the reality. A lot of people don't want. They think
when it comes to government, it's almost always lies.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, there's instances of government where it does bad, and there's instances of government where it does good. It just depends on. I think if you want to de-corrupt or remove corruption from government, we need to push back against the current lobbying system, and instead favor for a funding platform that it's like an X amount per candidate, and that's it. You don't get any more. And you remove the PACs and the super PACs. No more PACs, no more super PACs. You are not allowed to donate. You also have to end insider trading among Congress.
For sure.
If you can do both of those things, I think you can actually have a government that actually favors the people, not the corporations that fund them.
Right.
How do I-
here's what I was going to kind of put forth with my philosophical question. And now that I know that you're not a free speech guy, it's try to put yourself in the shoes of somebody that is. So
I used to be free speech.
okay, well, let's try to time travel with me. So I say you obviously are a guy that believes in free speech, and you say yes. And I say, do you think it is anti-free speech to have a law that says you cannot advocate for restrictions on speech?
Well, then my response would be, oh, that's a great idea. And then I mail your job saying that you abuse children. And then I Photoshop some pictures. And then show you
Okay,
that
but-
maybe it is a good idea to stop some free
Well,
speech.
let me kind of, build that out a little bit. I don't think it's clear that by advocating for laws that would protect free speech by making it illegal to talk about trying to get rid of free speech, that person is against free speech.
Again, the
In
only
the same way that
the only
Sorry, what?
like you have to ask yourself, why do you want the right of free speech? What's the purpose of it?
no, so this isn't even going into that. This is more broader, talking about the whole ideological garden, and every time that you acknowledge that you need a state, having to rip up your petunias, or you need contract laws, rip out the rosalias, and you're left with a shitty garden. I think acknowledging the NAP and still advocating for a state is not hypocritical. In the same way that advocating
do you
for a
believe
law,
do you believe that we should have a state to regulate, to have a monopoly of force?
yes.
Okay, I agree as well. I think that's really important.
I don't think that it's hypocritical to the non-aggression principle to do that, though,
Well,
on the
are you-
basis of
Are you
protecting
aware?
monopoly.
Are you aware of MVPF? Do you know what that is?
No.
All right, let me pull it up. By the way, you got 7 minutes, and then we're going to move on.
Okay.
Let me take a look. Okay, so to help you break it down, I can show you their cool website. It's kind of neat. Hold on. Okay. What is the MVPF? The MVPF measures the bang for the buck of spending on a given policy. It serves as a unifying metric that can be calculated for any type of government or private spending. The MVPF is calculated as the ratio of two numbers: the benefits that a policy provides to its recipients divided by the policy's net cost to the government.
Right.
The numerator of the MVPF captures the extent to which the policy improves the lives of its beneficiaries. In technical language, we measure the numerator using individuals' willingness to pay. The denominator of the MVPF measures how much a policy costs the government. In technical language, this denominator is known as the net government cost. The MVPF is designed to measure long-run policy effectiveness. This long-run perspective is crucial because returns on public investment can take years to materialize. For example, the denominator of the MVPF is meant to include all of the long-run effects that policy can have on the government's budget. This contrasts with the traditional cost-to-benefit analysis, where long-run government savings are considered part of a program's benefits rather than its costs. If a policy increases worker wages, that increases tax revenue and helps reduce government costs in the long run. That increase in tax revenue is a cost savings that should be incorporated in the denominator of the MVPF. Similarly, if a policy improves someone's health and therefore decreases government spending on Medicaid, that reduction in government expenditures could be incorporated in the denominator of the MVPF. How do we interpret the MVPF? What does it mean if an MVPF is high or low? If a policy has a high MVPF, that means it has a large bang for the buck. In other words, the cost of the policy is small relative to the benefit it provides its recipients. For example, the Carolina Abdicarian Project.
Disagreement here at the end. I understand the idea.
Okay. So
I think
there are known policies that basically give you effectively an investment for the United States government, which serves to help the people as well as the government. You have a better society as a result. There are numerous projects that do just like this, that do exactly this. This is a complete divestment from the understanding of a libertarian, because a libertarian would just tell you government program bad.
I think it's expanded more since then. I'm not sure how.
Let me give you an example.
There's a lot of talk.
Food SNAP benefits program. Do you think that has a high or a low MVPF?
Well, let me talk about like something I'm more familiar with in the military industrial complex. I'm not so sure that an executive from Lockheed Martin putting together a think tank and having a representative.
This has to do with lobbying and the way that it functions regarding the military industrial complex. Right. You and I are going to be in perfect agreement that the United States government should not be kowtowing to the death of people. I am what I would call myself a total pacifist, in that I do not advocate for violence of any kind, unless if it is absolutely necessary. You have no other option. So
we're in total agreement there.
I completely believe that we should have much less money into our military. It's insane what we're doing right now.
No, I think we should. I think we could probably cut it off by 3/4, and we'd be chilling. But
I probably wouldn't do it that much. Probably half on my end, but we can agree to disagree.
I think with nukes, it's just having a small military to kind of say we have one. Like, conventional warfare is over, except for people that don't have nukes. I mean, people talking about how Russia after Ukraine is going to start going into Germany is ridiculous. It's just mutually assured destruction on both ends. But when we talk about these think tank executives from Lockheed Martin or Boeing, I'm not so sure that the First Amendment applies to them because they are establishment figures.
I don't know.
I think they
have a right to speak. I just don't think that they should be lobbying the government for more bombs that just ultimately lead to holes in the ground that don't really help American citizens.
Well, they don't just lobby for selling bombs. They advocate for wars so that they can sell more bombs, which is even worse.
Just terrible.
I'm not.
You're not going to find me in agreement with the military-industrial complex. Like, I don't know what we're arguing.
That's where I'm trying to find
some
common ground.
The problem is that the problem that I'm having is the minimal government perspective or no government perspective that I hear libertarians. I need you to acknowledge that there are programs that exist that do in fact benefit Americans more than the actual cost. It actually helps us to invest in these things. Do you agree that these programs exist?
Well, I agree that they exist.
Okay.
I'm not convinced that the free market wouldn't do it better.
Wrong. There are instances where the free market does not benefit people by just letting the free market do its thing. What you end up with, if you just let the free market do its thing without any government oversight, then what ends up happening is that you end up with robber barons who end up effectively becoming oligarchs over the government, which is actually kind of what is already happening. But that kind of happened as early as when we started monetarism and we stopped catering towards unions or workers. We've instead started catering towards corporations instead of people.
Right, but monetarism isn't exactly a libertarian. I mean, it can be. There are sects
No,
of
but it is
libertarians
Milton
that believe in
Friedman, and
monetarism.
I find hardly any
Right. Well,
libertarian
there's a lot
dislike Milton Friedman, because Milton Friedman says government get out of the way, let the free market
Right.
decide.
But there's also people like Ludwig von Mises that, and there's the Chicago School of Economics and the Austrian School, and, they agree on a lot, but they clash on a lot as well.
I suppose so.
I don't have a
Are
problem
you like
at all
strictly
with,
Hayekian and not like Friedman? Like Chicago School? You're just strictly Hayekian?
I would say I'm definitely closer to Hayekian.
Does it
Austrian
concern you that Hayekians and Austrian economists pride themselves in not doing any math?
Not really. I don't think
that doesn't
they
concern
don't.
you at all?
I think that the math that they do kind of is...
No. Don't say the math that they do, because unironically, they don't do math.
I don't think they do math to support their own...
No. This is the problem. Do you find it concerning that they are building entire economic models and theories with no math?
No.
That's not concerning to you?
No.
That's highly concerning to me.
Because it's to me, it even gets past that to more of a moral question of what force is being used.
The problem that I'm having with your argument is there is no math to like check whether or not it works. It's just kind of like, well, I kind of feel like that this is the best thing, and then that's it. There's nothing to like prove or disprove. They just say it, and then you walk on your merry way. If I had to guess, if I wanted to run a country, I would need to make sure that whatever policy I'm going to put in is going to work.
Right, but this is kind of what I'm trying to say when you say they don't do math. I agree they don't do math for their school, because their school isn't implemented.
Isn't math based. It's just ideology based. It has no basis in it. Can't be stress tested or performed to any metric.
I disagree. I think it can't be stress tested because it's a hypothetical. Whereas, monetary policy and this corporatism we have right now, you can use math with it because we live in that world where that is the case. And that's the kind of math that the Austrian school does. They try to...
No, they don't do math.
Okay, they don't do math for the Austrian school, but when they're talking about the world we live in right now, they do math, talking about how the government is being inefficient and all that jazz.
But the problem is that there needs to be some sort of empirical testing or some sort of math-heavy modeling to ensure that their deductive reasoning works. But they have no deductive reasoning. They just simply use like whatever their praxeology is and reject the concept of empirical testing.
Well, I don't think you can do empirical testing because we don't
live
in
we do it all the time. Economists do this all the time. So here's the problem. The problem is that by removing yourself from the table of empirical testing, that means by their very metric, their economics arguments are no longer falsifiable. If you won't test your theory against data, how can we know it's right?
Well, I don't think the data exists.
It does. We do economic theories using math all the time.
Right. But we use that in the soup of what reality is right now.
Yeah, well, in the soup of reality, even their praxeology doesn't even make sense. You can, for example, talk about their Austrian business cycle theory. They feel that central banks keeping interest rates artificially low causes booms and inevitable busts by distorting decisions. Empirical evidence doesn't even strongly support the Austrian business cycle theory because its main driver of cycles or recessions happening without preceding credit booms of the sort Austrians describe. It doesn't actually explain why entrepreneurs wouldn't learn from repeated cycles and adjust.
It's multifaceted. It's a multifaceted.
But do you see the problem? Like, do you see that it like you're basing your entire worldview on something that can't even be rigorously tested?
I mean, I disagree, though. I think it can be. We just don't live in the world where it is able to be.
To me, what it sounds like is that it's not really something to be tested. It's just dogmatic libertarianism rather than using pragmatic economics. When I brought up MVPF is a very strong defeater against libertarian ideals in government, get out of the way, the free market will efficiently decide. But did you ever think that maybe the government can actually be a customer in and of itself? Have you ever thought that?
I don't think the MVPF is an argument against. I think it's an argument for it.
No.
Because you can't
what do you
have
think
this
the
investment
MVPF
class.
is arguing?
Well, you can't have this investment class going and investing in the government without there being
Investment
a
class?
government.
No, there is no investment class. It's just taxpayers.
You're saying that the MVPF.
What do you think the MVPF
deal
is? I explained it to you.
Corporations lobbying for government for return on investment for policies.
No, it's not what MVPF is.
Oh, so what you were saying with the MVPF, sorry, is that it's a policy-driven look at how policies negatively or positively impact the economy.
It's the negative. It's the net cost of a government program to its benefits. If you have a positive MVPF, that means the dollars going into it is lower than what you get out of it. So, really good example, right? So a good example of this is the Pell Grant. Do you know about the Pell Grant?
Yeah, you actually talked about this last week.
Yeah, where if you put money into the Pell Grant, that allows people to go to college. When they graduate from college, they get a higher paying job because they have a degree. And if they have a higher paying job with a degree, they pay more in taxes. Because they pay more in taxes, the government actually makes money by you being better educated. So we know that the Pell Grant offers its benefits in dividends over the lifetime of the person.
But do we know the opportunity cost?
Yeah, the opportunity cost is they don't go to college and they become less educated. I'm not aware of any society where if someone is less educated or a society is less educated, that it results in better outcomes. It just doesn't happen. Right?
No,
if people are less educated, they don't know what to do to make people's lives better. And if they're less educated, they easily fall into, hateful groupthink. They find themselves arguing things that are largely disproven by well substantiated systems. These are all things to be considerate of when a population is uneducated. They also become superstitious as well. Very superstitious. Terrible situation. Shouldn't be happening. So if I have a more educated population and I put an X amount of money into it, it actually benefits us quite greatly and it makes society better. Whereas if it was just, hey, government, get out of the way, let the private markets do as they see fit. Well, all it would take is a matter of time for there to be, say, for example, a consolidate the colleges into a single college amalgamation private corporation, making college, we could say, artificially cheap to where it would actually cost them money. So that way they can take out other colleges who are trying to like spin up. And then they just arbitrarily increase the prices now that they've established a geographic monopoly. There you go. Done. I just basically Rockefellered all of the colleges. Do you really believe that leads to a better outcome?
I don't think that can happen with
it happened under Rockefeller. So no, it definitely can and does happen.
You can't drill oil out of the internet. You can get education online though.
Well, not a degree. What if like your degree is the only good one, right? And all the others are not seen as good.
I don't think the market would stand for that.
Why not?
Because
markets naturally consolidate because of the what is the phrase for it? I always forget this phrase. It's where if you basically have a bigger and bigger company, the actual cost to actually making that good is smaller and smaller. I'm trying to remember what it was called.
No, I don't know the word either, but I agree with you. They do consolidate, but
so if there is a big enough college,
eventually,
nah, not really. They can suppress, they can stop people, they can hire private companies to ruin other companies, just like the Rockefellers did. They can consolidate the use of knowledge and books and all those things together into one thing, and then pay much more money than a smaller college would be capable of, effectively consolidating all knowledge into this one field. This is a terrifying situation. And this could easily happen under a private system. It totally happen.
I think there's an argument to be made that the Rockefellers had quite a bit of federal help after paying.
The only federal help that they had is the fact that they federally would uphold the right to their own property. That's how they got the federal help.
I think there's more to it than that.
Well, again, like you think that you really believe that the reason why, let me ask you this. Do you think that the reason why the robber barons got so rich was because government helped them get that way?
I think they got
not the lack of government, but too much government. We should have had even less government during the robber baron days.
I think that they would have gone out of business if their practices.
But that's not what happened. And just so you're aware, not only did they not go out of business, they got even more and more power and required them to split up their company. They were required. That's how you stopped Standard Oil.
But it doesn't have to be how they stopped Standard Oil.
But that's how they did it. And they were already like John D. Rockefeller with today's inflation dollars would have been a trillionaire. Right? He was the world's first billionaire. He was super rich, ultra rich. This person had no incentive to remove his grasp on power at all. He had 2% of the entire U.S. GDP. Nobody could stop him.
I think there are some libertarian sects that do argue about what's it called, like true scarce commodities. I'm not sure if I am one of those yet. I haven't looked enough into it.
I mean, again, like you can look up another terrible example, such as the banana republics in Guatemala. They basically were a private corporation that managed to topple over the government of Guatemala in order to produce more bananas for the United States. The end result was that the private corporation had control over the entire government of Guatemala, and by doing so enslaved the local population to work for their banana industry.
I agree that that's not great.
Okay, but this,
Obviously.
I mean, like, again, you need to have government to stop this. Otherwise, it's
No,
never
and
going
I
to...
agree. But that's not against the net to want a government. But also, I think that the fact
But
that
that's
a
what I'm saying
private
is, like,
corporation
you're
overthrew
arguing...
the monopoly of force, legitimate force.
This is what I'm saying. You're
somewhat proof
arguing that if we just have less government, the problem gets solved. But it doesn't get solved. It gets worse.
No, so what I'm arguing is that, or I don't know if I have argued this, but the government needs to be the strongest, unequivocal, uncontested monopoly of force. It just has to be, because otherwise
Okay.
you do get banana republics like that.
Okay.
But that does not mean you need more regulation. You need more. It just means that you need to consolidate more of what they are.
You don't think it means you need more regulation?
I don't think so. No.
So, okay.
And
So
I-
the solution
that's a pill
to say a banana republic is less regulation, not more.
I think there's an argument to be made for taxation based off.
No. I need you to
percentage
answer that
of-
question. Don't.
Sorry, what? What was
Is the
question?
solution to a banana republic less or more regulation?
I don't. So no, I don't think it's more regulation. I think it's more taxes.
Oh my God. Well, we'll have to end it there. We're a good 15 minutes past when I normally stop. It was
All right,
good
man.
talking to you, Ryan.
Well, good talking to you too, man.
No problem.
Always fun.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So regulation. Do we need it? So I think if you're logical and you heard what I was saying there, that obviously the solution to a banana republic is to regulate the banana republic. Like, you need a government to say, no, you're not allowed to subjugate an entire group of people. You have to have worker rights. You can't have your own private military. Also, you're way too big. You need to split up. These are all things that you would do when a corporation becomes too powerful. And the fact that he was unwilling to acknowledge that obviously you need to have government regulation to reduce it, that was it. Though I am willing to hear out what Republicans have to say. I do want to hear out the right-wing positions. I am a super woke liberal soy boy extraordinaire. If you want to call in, then call in. Let's do it. I'll have the discussion. You're on the line with First Amender.
How's it going, First?
Is this AWOL?
Yes, it is.
How you doing, AWOL?
I'm pretty good. Am I coming in through clear?
You are coming in clear as a bell.
Cool beans. All right, quick disclaimer. I'm actually pretty buzzed today, so you probably win this debate, but I just felt like calling anyway.
It's a great Sunday to be buzzed. I kind of want to get
It
buzzed
is,
with you,
it
buddy.
is. I would actually drink and smoke with you, talk for a while, just to prove that you were wrong. But
Course.
anyway,
Classic.
I was listening to you earlier, and you were talking about the whole self-segregation thing.
No. I want to talk about the Charlie Kirk thing because I watched videos. You told me to watch
you did
videos.
actually watch them. I
Yes,
didn't expect you to watch
several
them.
hours. Several hours.
Okay, then all right, that's perfect then.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell me what you think.
Well, he's a white supremacist.
Wow.
He wanted genuinely to have a white majority nation on the basis of Christianity. And yeah, that's what I've observed of what he argued. And I was just astonished because in one instance, through his mouth that all humans are endowed to life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness on the basis of that it is endowed by God and Jesus Christ, whatever. But then in the very other breath is, well, if you came to this country illegally, well, you're not due the same rights. we should treat you as lesser, as something that is, if you commit a misdemeanor, he sat there making arguments that even me, myself, should not be a citizen of the United States. Completely insane.
Because your parents came here illegally?
My parents didn't come here illegally. They came here legally,
I
but
thought
they
that's
weren't.
what
But they
you were
weren't.
saying to the other caller.
But they weren't citizens. And so, if you're coming to this country legally and aren't citizens, and his argument was talking about whether or not that they're citizens, then I would not be a legal immigrant of this country, right? I would just be born here without any citizenship. And then my parents hopefully would have to file the paperwork in the middle of the fact that they're trying to live paycheck to paycheck and barely have enough to feed me and my brother, let alone, file some paperwork on behalf of the government. So yeah, this guy would argue against my own mortality openly, and I'm supposed to somehow revere this guy as a guy to honor. No, this guy's a piece of garbage, and that's how I feel about it.
You've been ranting for a while. Let me go. You've made like 6 points. You gotta let me address
I made
something.
1 point.
Come on, dog. Really?
Yeah, it was 1
from
point.
calling him
I'm talking about
Okay.
Charlie Kirk.
I know. Well, yes, Charlie Kirk, but you made several accusations that I need to address, right?
No, it's one accusation. The guy is a hateful white Christian white supremacist. That's
The
the argument.
accusations would be the points that you made to back up your point. First of all, I need a little bit of back history. I don't want to go into your personal history too much, but you said that your parents weren't citizens. They were here legally, though?
Yes.
Why did they become citizens?
Because it takes years to become a citizen of the United States.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you got to give us backstory here. You like ranching anyway, but I'm trying to figure out
Yeah,
how
you
long
can
were your
get things
parents
like
here
a
before you
green
were
card.
granted?
And
Mhm.
when you have a green card, you can work here in the United States legally. You can live here in the United States legally, but you're not a U.S. citizen. You can't do things like vote or get any federal benefits or anything like that.
Okay. And so you're saying that Charlie Kirk would have said that you shouldn't be a citizen now?
Well, by his very argument, I wouldn't. If he had his way, I would not be a citizen based on his speech.
You're saying that because you were born in this country, correct?
I was born in this country. My parents were not citizens. They had me. I would have birthright. I received citizenship because of birthright citizenship. But he argued
Okay, I see
against
why this is
birthright
personal for you.
citizenship. And both me and my brother would be screwed. By the way, my brother, he's an electrical engineer and I'm a systems administrator. So I
Cool.
contribute to the United States economy. And I believe that the basis of his argument is ultimately xenophobic, because he was more than happy to argue in favor of the African apartheid amongst the white apartheid people, saying that, hey, they deserve asylum, but people that are fleeing their country as a result of our drug war, which, by the way, we caused, enabling the cartel to become more powerful. And we see no responsibility in taking care of the Mexican citizens' lives who we've personally destroyed because of our terrible foreign policy. We're gonna, and you're gonna call yourself a Christian, a follower of Jesus Christ?
I'm going to concede a point to you because I didn't agree with the whole South African thing also. But I'm curious. Let's back it up for a second. One of the reasons why I asked you to watch some of his debates was because you said that he was anti-trans and he hated people.
Yes.
And that he promoted a lot of hate speech.
Yes.
Did you actually watch him talk to any gay or trans individuals?
There were a few, yes.
Was he ever rude to any of them?
Yes.
How so? Please elaborate.
Not affirming their existence.
Oh, that part is rude. Okay, wait. Stop
That's
for a
super
moment.
rude. Yeah.
Let's just talk about normal society, okay? not everybody agrees with trans ideology. You believe that, right?
Are you black?
Yeah, you know that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, but I don't believe black people exist. They're not real.
That's a pretty stupid example. I'll tell you exactly
I agree.
why.
It is a pretty stupid example. Maybe, I don't know, acknowledge the existence of these people? Like, what?
Here's the problem. Wait, no, let's break it down.
The
You're
guy,
saying
he
acknowledge
literally
the
believes it's a
existence. Wait,
delusion.
stop.
But he
No,
knows he's
now
heard
I'm
this
talking.
stuff.
It's my turn. Stop first. Stop. Stop, seriously. Okay. Because I'm addressing what you're saying. By saying that we're not acknowledging that trans people exist, you're saying that we're looking at a blank slate in the world. We don't see a human being there. There's a difference between saying that I don't believe that what you believe the world is, that doesn't negate that you're actually here on this planet. It's like equating too many things.
How about
to the
this?
same
Do you
thing.
believe that black people, effectively, they have the same, do they undergo easier or worse hardships than white people in general?
Well, this would make me a pariah, but to be honest, I think it's about equal.
You
I
really
think
do?
that the problem with a lot
I
of
don't believe
racism.
that.
Yeah, I really do. I'll
I
tell
don't
you why,
believe
though.
that.
Because I think that a lot of people confuse racism with criticism. People confuse racism with someone just not liking you. So I might think that you're an asshole, pardon my language, but that's not because you're white. It's because of your actions. So I don't feel that that's racist.
So let me ask you this. When we created in the United States redlining laws and redlining being
Redlining
allowed...
is racist, yeah.
What?
Yeah, redlining is racist. I agree with that.
Okay. Well, when I
here's the
go
problem.
to when I go to the
I don't
Rose...
need a back history. I don't need a back history of
I'm
what's
just
been done to
explaining
my
myself.
people. Okay, fair enough. But here's the problem that I get from that. A lot of people want to talk about the past, and of course the past is important. But I look at the opportunities that I have now and the choices I make now, and I try to put that into the framework of how I live my life.
Well,
So if I
certainly the
constantly go back
opportunities
to
are
the past-
better. Though
Yes,
at the
definitely.
same time, I can sit there and say, well, the number one determinant of your success in life is ultimately the zip code that you're born in. And that in terms of like
I would agree with that.
socioeconomic conditions, it is harder to rise up the ranks of poverty into higher socioeconomic status than most European countries in the United States. And when you go across zip codes that have been largely redlined in the past, you don't really see a diverse cast of people. It's usually just minorities, and that's in 2025, and that's across the United States. You can look at
I agree.
just about every single Rosa Parks Avenue and Martin Luther King Drive's streets in every single city and or town, and it's observable that the segregation was there, and they had created zip codes and education tied to property taxes, which is under the basis of a percentage of the value of the house. And so if the value of the house is lower, then the ability of people being able to get proper funding for their education is worse. And if you have poor education from the start, then this lowers your probability of being able to go to college and being able to establish yourself in society, and ultimately leads to worse socioeconomic conditions. And when you have groups of people that don't go to college, they end up having kids that don't value college. And it just kind of creates this cyclical poverty. That's what we observe here in the United States. And so this idea that it's like, oh, it's roughly equal between whites and blacks, it's really not. And this is observable throughout all the cities and towns in the United States.
Okay. I don't know if it's because I'm buzzed, but it seems like you're extremely long-winded today. I've already agreed that I agree with you on the past history and things of that nature. What I'm saying is that we live in a world now where people who have no talents whatsoever can become filthy rich. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, when you tell me things, okay, I'm not going to I kind of feel like you're doing like the white savior thing, and it kind of bugs me because what you're telling me is that like, oh, people live in this economic state and they can't make right decisions because the world is keeping them down, things of that nature. There's just as many people who come from the hood or the ghetto who find a way out of it. So I'm not discounting the fact that there was segregation and things were moved that way. But what I'm saying is that we're in the greatest country in America. I mean, I said the greatest country in America. God, I'm buzzed. I think we're in the greatest country in the world. And what I'm saying is that opportunities are out there, and we have so many different outlets to try to find that wealth and that prestige that you want personally. And I don't think that racism is what keeps people.
Who has higher quality of living conditions? Is it the Netherlands or the United States? Be serious.
Oh, for God's sakes. You know I don't care about the Netherlands.
You should visit there, man. It's very nice there.
Never that. Wait. I'm sorry. What is the, this might be a dumb question. Like I said, I'm buzzed. What is the national language?
Dutch. But they also are totally bilingual. They can speak English.
Okay, well, I don't even care if I sound stereotypical, but I tend not to go places where I don't understand what people are saying around me. It's bad for your situational awareness.
You should. And you can speak English and they understand you because they have a decent education system that ensures that people are
No. That wasn't my point. My point is that if I don't understand what the people in the crowd around me are saying, I might be missing very important context clues to what's about to occur.
That's okay.
Do you see that?
That's okay. You don't actually have to be worried about your safety because they have largely have a very safe country. It's not like the United States.
No place is actually safe.
It is.
Say
it's
that
very
again
safe.
first.
It's very safe in the Netherlands compared to the United States.
Well, I don't want to seem like I'm alt-right when I ask you this question, but first, have you ever considered getting your money together and bouncing up out of the U.S.?
I would love to do that, but I'll be honest with you. When I was very young, my mom, when she divorced my dad, we had to move from place to place to place because she was just trying to her best to survive. And I probably moved maybe once every couple years as a kid. And that pretty much followed all the way up until I was about 25. Where when I finally bought a house, I said, I am not going to move anymore. There's that.
Okay.
The fact that I just don't, I need consistency in my life and I just would appreciate that. And the second thing is that the value of my house keeps on rising. It's just the housing crisis.
Very good.
So I don't plan on moving. I have a very low interest rate. And so the amount of money that I'm gaining here is well worth the suffering that I'm going to have to deal with for the next 3.5 years.
Well, I'm sorry. I have to ask this question because I know you're a capitalist. Is the money worth living in a society that you feel is turned against you?
Well, thankfully, I pass as a cis white male, so I can just walk around that way and I'll be fine. No one's going to bother me.
Yeah, I wouldn't lean into the cis white male part of it, but okay.
But I agree with you. It's openly antagonistic towards trans individuals, towards LGBT people, towards anybody that is not a cis white heterosexual Christian male. Anybody who is not that, it's openly antagonistic towards, and I seek to correct that. I don't want society to be that way. I want it to be better for everybody. Whether you're Christian, not Christian, gay, trans, woman, man, any of those things, I believe everybody deserves an equal shot. And so I strive to make society in such a way that is equitable for that.
Okay. Well, that's admirable, I must admit. This is actually a shocking conversation. I'm so mad that I got drunk today because I could be more insightful. But it's interesting because now at least I see where you're getting a lot of your beliefs from, because if you say that your parents weren't legal citizens, that makes a lot more sense now.
Well, hold on. They were legal. They were legal.
Oh, I'm sorry. They were legal. They just didn't stay in the country.
No.
How long can you stay in the country without being a legal citizen?
Indefinite. It's indefinite. If you have a green card.
And green cards are indefinite. Don't they have to keep renewing and things
yes,
of that
you
nature?
have to keep renewing, but yes, you're a legal citizen.
So why didn't they become actual citizens? I'm just curious.
It takes years. It's a long time. A lot of paperwork, a lot of legal stuff, a lot of court proceedings. It takes time.
Have they, if you don't mind me asking, have they passed?
Yes, they're now both citizens. It took a very long time.
Motherfucker, what are you fucking talking about? They are citizens then.
Well, but they
talking about
weren't
if they
when I
weren't
was a
citizens,
kid.
right?
They weren't when I was a
Well,
kid.
you're not a fucking kid anymore, man. Folks, come on. You just shaded the whole story.
No,
Shameful.
I'm not. What do you mean? It's the same story.
Because you're talking about, wait, stop. At the beginning of this, you said that Charlie Kirk would have said someone like you wasn't even a citizen.
Yeah.
But now you're saying that your parents were citizens, right?
No.
You're a citizen now, right?
My parents were not citizens when they had me. They had green cards. And my mom, actually, I think my mom...
Wait, stop. Look, I get that. Stop. Okay. So when your parents had you, if they kept going by the actual established rules, you would have became a citizen, correct?
If there was no birthright citizenship, then no.
No, wait, stop. Because birthright citizenship is when the parents aren't citizens, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if both of your parents went by the proper procedures and became citizens, it would be granted to you too, right?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I would have to undergo the same green card status and then eventually get my citizenship that way, assuming that I'm even allowed to stay into the country for that long. The point is that I would not be granted birthright citizenship because my parents aren't citizens. They were not citizens.
Your parents would. We've already gone over the point that your parents would be citizens.
No,
so what you're saying is that people stop. You're saying that people who are citizens who have a child, that child is not a citizen until the child goes through the same process.
I'm going to draw it for you.
I can't even see it at first. You know I can't see what's going on there.
Well, it's okay. You have the stream up. It's off by 12 seconds. Just mute it and
fair enough.
You'll see it. Hold on. Just let me draw it.
Okay.
Let me get out the chalkboard.
Well, while you're drawing that, also, since your mom and your dad divorced, and that's not me trying to throw shade at you, that also explains a lot of your views on the manosphere, too.
Why would that explain my views on the manosphere?
Simple. If you see your mother as someone who had to strive against the patriarchy and how men think about women raising a single mother, then you would be kind of biased towards the manosphere to talk bad about single mothers, right?
I don't know.
Am I wrong?
No, I don't think that was. I don't like the manosphere because it's intensely antagonistic towards half the population. I want to again. My ultimate goals in society is to make a society where all people can strive to exist and live out their life as they see fit. If you have a belief structure that subjugates a group of people, namely half the population, regarding the manosphere, then
ding ding.
Yeah, subjugation. That's what they're doing. When they argue that, you are largely incompatible with my worldview. I look at that as, okay, I deem you harmful to society as far as I know it. Now, does that mean that we should do anything about it or like physically stop manosphere people? No, I think that we should have the open dialogue and show which ideas prevail. I don't believe that the manosphere has it correct. I think they're dead wrong. By subjugating an entire half of the population does not result in beneficial quality of living outcomes. It makes society worse to do that. Anyway, so I'm going to show you the exact what exactly my parents did. I'm going to draw it for you so you understand, okay?
Okay, I know we're all over the place, but we're coming back to that subjugation thing.
All right,
Mm-hmm. Oh, and also since you have transphoria, I understand more why you're on the trans issues. Like everything is coming out in this one conversation. It's incredible.
Great.
You have layers like an onion.
I do have layers like an onion. All right, hold on a sec. Just getting a wet. All right. So here's a timeline. Hey, we got Vincent DeVetchis, who just tipped $2 Australian saying, you follow the non-aggression principle. I don't like to call it the non-aggression principle because I don't agree with libertarians in their positions. However,
well,
I would be I have recently been calling myself a total pacifist in that I don't want to hurt people or cause harm unto other people. Anyway, so
you can kind of say that Charlie Kirk had a positive effect on you. You didn't declare it until after his death, so I'm just saying.
Okay. All right, so I'm just drawing a crude drawing of the Americas, right? And so here's Chile, and here's Florida, right? Chile, and then Florida. So my grandpa lived in Chile, and he was a surgeon. My grandpa, as a surgeon in Chile, was living through Augusto Pinochet and Allende. And this is like under socialist rule, Allende. And one of the things that happened is when he was a neurosurgeon was that he hated the fact that he as a neurosurgeon, or as a surgeon, not a neuro, I don't know why I say neurosurgeon, just surgeon, could not afford a car. He was like, that's stupid. So he basically filed paperwork to become a citizen.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I got to stop you for just 1 second. Just 1 second. You said he hated cars?
No, he couldn't afford a car as a surgeon.
And you said something about that's stupid, right?
He said that my grandpa thought that was stupid, that he couldn't afford a car as a surgeon.
Oh, okay. I got you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So then he moves off he files paperwork to become a citizen of the United States. And this was like in the 1970s. So it was honestly very easy for him to do that. The immigration policy was a lot more lax back then, and he managed to get citizenship, especially with his professional degree, that he fast-tracked his way to the United States. So there my grandpa was. He started his own business. He made a lot of money. Mm-hmm. He did quite well.
Wow, that sounds really good, actually.
Yes. My father was with my mother in Chile, so dad and mom. They were in Chile, and my dad, he would always get in trouble with like drugs. And as punishment, my dad was sent off to be with grandpa because grandpa was a lot more stern than grandma.
All right. Which it normally is, because men are normally the disciplinarians.
Mom followed dad because she was madly in love with dad. Anyway, they decided that they would have a better life in the United States, and so they decided to stay in the United States. So since grandpa was a sponsor, he was able to sponsor my dad to becoming a citizen. So he was fast-tracked. Z-Raid just donated $4.99 USD, saying, so we are your... I wish you had had more to that, but let me know, and I will say it. But thank you. I appreciate that very much. So my dad got fast-tracked to getting green card status. Okay, green card. All right? I want you to be aware the difference of a green card versus
And
citizenship.
citizenship. I know this already. First, just tell your story.
Okay. So my dad got a green card. My mom at the time was here on a traveler's visa. Traveler's visa expired. She's illegal. Right. Then afterwards, however, she was able to file the paperwork because she was married to my dad, who had a green card. And so she got fast tracked as well, sponsored, and she got her green card as well. I think she was only illegal for like a month. Right. So they're doing everything that they can to work within the system, get their green cards. Then dad and mom, who they have a legal right to be in the country, and they also have the ability to get a job. They have, you know, their alien security status is good. They have paid their fees. They're good. They can. And so then they have me and my brother. I, by the virtue of being born in Florida, am a citizen. But I don't know why I'm thinking Chris Tucker. I'm thinking Tucker Carlson. What the heck is this? This is just me getting older.
Wow, like you're going to need like a Dave Chappelle wrap it up button. Like, I understand the general gist of this. Get to your point.
All right. Well, based on Charlie Kirk and what he has said, I, by the very virtue of both my dad and my mom not being citizens, I would not be granted citizenship. Meaning I would be treated as effectively a second-class citizen under the basis of something I cannot control, making life worse for everybody. Like, I'm a systems administrator. My brother is an electrical engineer. We are benefiting the country. We are helping the country.
So
why would I not immediately be a citizen?
So you put yourself on, look, actually, first of all, for you to get to where you are, you actually had to be in this country for a while and live under these rules, regulations, and build yourself up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't put yourself on the same tier as someone who immediately just walked into the country, regardless.
That's not my point.
Well, that's my point, because I'm saying that your family did things the right way. You got to benefit from the American way, and then you're still just saying that, like, well, anybody can come in because my family came in and worked out.
No. What I'm saying is that we should create a society that makes it more equitable for people to thrive. And creating all of these barriers and restrictions that make people into pariahs and illegal immigrants is not the move. We should embrace immigration in that it helps our economy and it helps other people, and it's the right thing to do. So I have the moral high ground, the economic high ground, and I have the high ground on all of these positions. And I think that the right-wing equivalent of, you know, we should look at these brown people in society and say, hey, you're not from here, and so I have a right to treat you as lesser. Meanwhile, they themselves calling themselves a Christian.
Lesser.
Lesser,
Okay.
yes.
Wow, you managed to,
That's what they do.
managed to throw in lesser and Christians. You know what? No, stop. I realized something. You're killing my time because we went through your life story, and that's cool. But we're supposed to be debating back and forth. So I would go back to that, what was it? Suppression with women in the manosphere.
All right.
So if you feel like, from what you said that your dad made a couple of mistakes and your mom loved him and followed him here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that you seem to side with your mother on that debate, right?
What do you mean? What debate? I just followed along. They were my parents.
Okay.
And it's not like I didn't get to see my dad anymore. My mom separated from my dad because my mom was working like crazy and my dad was not working. He was like really lazy with a lot of stuff. And my mom hated the fact that she was working as hard as she was, barely making enough to survive. applying for as many government benefits as she possibly could because she just had no other option. These are the type of people that it's like we look at them, but the reality is that I'm the result of the government projects that have impacted the United States in a very positive way. I fix so many problems with people's computers on a daily basis. And my brother is literally building electrical systems for like hospitals and clinics and giant buildings. And nobody is the wiser the contribution that me and my brother have received simply because my mom had the effort and the gumption. If Charlie Kirk had his way, then we would not have these benefits.
Okay, stop. You've gone for a while and whatnot, and you're trying to go back to Charlie Kirk, but right now we're on that manosphere thing. All right, it's admirable what you and your brother have done, but I'm curious. You do understand that the manosphere frowns on men who don't work and provide for their family, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't it seem like that would be something you would support, telling your life story right now? You said that your father wasn't working, and that stressed your mom and those things. If he was a manosphere guy, he would be working and supporting his family for the most part.
Well, my dad
so doesn't
had,
that seem like a
my dad had ambitions. It's just it wasn't aligned with getting a job. It was aligned with, I'm going to try starting this business. Like he had no equity to be able to be trying to start his own business. He needed to be finding a job, and my mom was my dad is also very scatterbrained where, he'll be interested in one idea and then within about a year go do something else entirely. And it's incredibly frustrating if you're the receiver of it. And it's like super inconsistent into how much money you're receiving or not receiving, and sometimes it's like the experiments are just total failures. And it's just really, really negative. It's like, you just need a consistent job. And my dad just didn't want to do that.
Oddly enough, another one of the tenets that they talk about on the manosphere is having a consistent job. Even when you're working towards whatever your dream job is, you have to have something for reality. It's funny how, of course, you only see the manosphere as something that hates women.
The manosphere would tell you to drink water, which I think is a great idea. Everybody should be drinking water. But the manosphere also has a lot of really toxic masculinity ideas.
Nazis drink water and trans people drink water. Does that make your point? Don't be silly.
No, I'm just saying, I'm sure, the manosphere has
Everyone drinks
ideas
water on
that
the
make
planet.
sense.
Stop that.
I'm saying that it exists, that there are ideas that make sense, but the manosphere has a lot of ideas that are super toxic towards men. And they prey on men.
Give me one.
And they're
Give me one. General, not general. Give me one example.
Yeah, like rating women on a 1 to 10 scale. It's gross.
Rating women is wrong to you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? And wait. Can I ask you a question? Is it wrong when women rate men?
Yeah, that's weird too.
Okay.
Yeah, like giving a 1 to 10 scale based entirely on physical, how they look physically. Yeah, gross.
Okay, wait, stop. When you were in school, you didn't rate people?
Yeah, but I'm a dumb kid. I grew up and you learn more.
All right, so let me move you up to an adult. Let's say that you run a movie studio and you're casting for your new TV show and you want a really hot chick, or in your case, a hot woman or a hot person who might be a woman who... Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Vincent De
You're the casting director.
Vincent De Vecchis said, so Charlie is a white supremacist because he's against illegal immigration and birthright citizenship that mostly taken advantage of. Kind of a weak argument considering he's on video saying that he doesn't color.
He doesn't see color. That's what the person's saying. Charlie Kirk didn't see color.
Well, that would be great why was he in favor of specifically the white South Africans coming to the country based on that they're being subjugated, but the subjugation that we caused here in the United States towards the drug war, destabilizing Mexico, which then causes a ton of people to come to this country seeking refuge, that's not okay for them to join in. Why the difference of the white versus brown? And by the way, he's a Christian. Anyway, I'm going to let you finish up. We're about 36 minutes in. So I'll let you have the last word. Okay. Hey, well, it is a nice conversation though.
It really was, though, actually. But, well, you know what's going to go on? It might get slow later on. I might call back because you ate a lot of my time with your life story. I'm not trying to be funny, but you did.
Sorry.
And also, this manosphere issue, you was about to get cooked because, like, back to what I was saying, here's my closing statement to you, and I'll ask you a question. If you're casting a TV show and you want someone who's a hot demographic, someone that will appeal to the majority of your audience, would you use a rating system, be it male, female, trans, whatever you want to say? Would you use a rating system?
Oh, it would just be like, hey, they're pretty. Let's pick them. Like,
and wouldn't that wait, stop. Doesn't that involve some kind of matrix in your head for what you're judging them by? Are you not looking for how like their face looks, how their body is shaped?
Yeah, of course. It's a part.
Okay, well, you're going to try to put all those parts together to pick your best person, right?
For the part, yeah.
Stop being disingenuous, man. Answer my damn question.
I did, yeah, for the part. Yeah, they're good for the part, yeah.
Okay, how are you making the judgment for them being the one you pick for the part?
How they look, how they sound, what they're dressed as. Do they have any physical features that are unique about them that is complementary towards the character?
Is that rating them?
No.
How's that not rating them first? What are you talking about?
They're not attributing a weird number. And also, like, this is like the difference between like rating them in terms of like the necessity to perform a specific job versus rating average ordinary women on the basis of just their looks and looks alone. And just effectively like objectifying these women, crazy. These poor women.
You're objectifying the poor women.
Yeah,
women can do it too. Women do it.
Rating.
Women do the same thing.
Yeah,
what are you talking
they
about?
Shouldn't do that to men. Yeah, based.
Well, see, most people don't have a thin ass skin like you do, so it doesn't offend them like that.
No, I don't have a thin skin. You should note that I have a very thick skin in the sense that I'm willing to get derided and talk to.
You won't see the real world.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm telling you. Well, I'm telling you. There is the real world, and then there is the real world, and then there is the best world, and I argue the best world.
Well, that's good, and you can get there first, but you actually have to acknowledge the real world to take the steps to get to that one.
Well, yeah, and I'm acknowledging the real world, and I'm telling people,
debate every week. We know you don't acknowledge the real world.
Take open steps.
So out there.
Take open steps to make the world a better place, and let's not judge each other by how we look. There you go. How about that?
Oh my God, that was perfect, yo. That is like the end of the G.I. Joe episode, and that's one to grow on. The more you know. Good job, First Amender. No problem. All right, I'm getting off the phone. It's fine. I'll hit you back next time.
All right, AWOL. Good talk.
Take care.
That was Awolthoughts, everybody. What do I even call that? That was all over the place. Manosphere. Charlie Kirk. Oh boy. The Briscoe says the broads. First of all, the broads, like, I don't even have to finish your sentence, and I know that you're just like, I don't know, being nasty to women. The broads? Let's take a look here. GJM says, so I'm to understand that when a mender is cruising for some dick to suck, that he just picks up any random homeless guy off the street? He doesn't have any criteria? I did not say don't have any criteria. I'm saying like assigning a number to like men and women based on their attractive looks. That's weird. Like, why are you doing that? Why do all of that? It just seems kind of crappy to do. Like, do you understand? Like, I'm not saying that you don't have to have any like physical preferences. Of course you do. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with having physical preferences. I just think that making like a system where it's like, hey, you're like an 8 and you're like a 5 and therefore like worthless. It's like, this doesn't come off as gross to you at all. It comes off as gross to me. Oh my God. Did I figure it out? Did I finally figure it out? Do you know how long it took for me to figure that out? That took forever, dude. There better be some good. This ain't even that great. What is this? All right, well, whatever. It's not the worst. It's not great either. A shot of whiskey says there's nothing weird about a natural application of scales. I think there is. Yeah, I think so. There's like a level of weirdness. Like, I want you to like think about this in like real life. Let's say you're on a date with somebody and you're just like, well, you know, I wanted to like go on a date with you because you're like an 8. You don't think that would be seen as like super weird to like that would be like a huge red flag, and like, woman, like, bro, an 8? Like, what are you saying? Are you saying like that you wouldn't go out with me if I was like lower? And like, it attributes all sorts of, it's like, oh, okay, so you could just like reduce me to a number. It's like gross. Ew. It's weird. A shot of whiskey says, prove it. Don't give some emotional nonsense that means nothing. Well, you should take people's emotions into account because those are real. People's emotions and how they react to you is very real. Like, if you think that you're going to take no emotions into account if you're going to be going out with somebody, you know, I got news for you. I think you will. In fact, Wraith says, do you rate vegetables? Not really. I mean, I like vegetables though, so I eat whatever, you know. It's food. Food's good. I like food. If you can call it food, it's good. Base God Flashy says, it's something that literally everyone thinks, but it doesn't need to be said. Like how pretty you find somebody versus somebody not, I guess. I guess so. I think I see so. A shot of whiskey says emotions are not facts. They mean even less when discussing facts in a debate. You understand that rating somebody based on a 1 to 10 is also not facts, right? You're just kind of being weird about it. Like, oh, her? Dude, I want you to rate a girl in front of her and see how she reacts. You're going to love it. They're going to be so stoked to hear that, and they super will not be like really uncomfortable and like want to leave. I'm sure, like, don't worry. Just listen to those morons at the manosphere. I'm sure you'll get a date listening to those people. Let's see here. GJM says, oh, I got hit really hard there. GJM says, First Amender, should women not reject men because their feelings may be hurt? Some women do that. I think that's like a personal feeling, but no, I think you have a right to reject men if you don't want to be with a man. Faye Rank says they protect people's property. They also protect people from murder. Is this like the argument that like only men protect women's rights? Which that's not true. There are women cops and women can hold guns and own things. Also, women are much more likely to be victims of sexual assault and violence. So like the aspect of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, it doesn't appear that men are doing a very good job at protecting it. GJM says, sure, because a mender gets tons of women and doesn't suck dick. That's fair. I don't go out of my way to get a woman, but I bet you if I went out there and tried, I'd do just fine. I mean, it's not like I'm an ugly guy at all, or that I'm incapable of talking to women. I'm pretty good at doing that, both of those things. And when I was younger, I would commonly go to clubs and just hit up girls, and I would usually go back home with a girl. Like, it's not that hard. It's just a preference thing. It's just not something that I, need to affirm myself on as something that I need to establish. I don't require society's approval just because, like, I don't go out of my way to look for a girl. A Shot of Whiskey says, no, women are just more likely to complain about being assaulted because they are not shamed anywhere near as much as men are. Women are shamed more than men. Like, a lot more. Like, if you have sex with a lot of women, you're not like a slut or seen as like a terrible person. You're like, oh yeah, that was great. Good job. Like, oh, you're like a total Chad, But like if a woman does that, it's like, oh, you're like worth less. You're like I think like a Christian argument was, it's like a piece of tape. Once you get stuck on, you never stick on right the same again. It's awful stuff like that. It's terrible. Women shame men for being short or poor. Sure. I mean, that's also bad. Like that's just toxic masculinity. Like I'm not okay with that either. Like if you think I'm like in favor of toxic femininity just because like I push against the manosphere, I just push against the manosphere because that's like the prevailing thought. There's like thousands of people that believe in this stuff, and it's like super harmful to them and anybody that follows this stuff. Like it really unironically makes your life worse to believe in this stuff. Like you're going to be alone for a very long period of time if you believe in that manosphere garbage. Like the whole incel movement, like, dude, take it, throw it in the garbage. Go out and talk to some girls. Like, holy crap. Stop rating them. Stop being like weird and stuck online all day. The Briscoe says, yeah, the women are damaged goods once they sleep around too much. See the problem? Here's the thing. I can tell that I'm talking to like a kid, because when you're in your 30s and you're like going out and dating, there isn't a single woman that's still a virgin. Like they're just like, what do you mean damaged goods? It's just a person, and people can decide to have sex if they want, and that's okay. That doesn't make them worth less. Flashy says, that's because a key that opens a lot of doors is a good key, and a door that is able to open a lot of keys is a bad door. You mean like a bad lock, I guess? I think? Okay. Rank says, do you think the manosphere does not help at all men from being manipulated into being taken advantage of by crazy women? I think you could probably do that without the manosphere. The manosphere bakes in a whole bunch of really toxic stuff that you got to steer away from. A Shot of Whiskey says, the only thing that you have proven is that you know nothing about the manosphere. No, I mean, I've watched plenty of the stuff. It's like a lot of toxic masculinity. It's pretty terrible. Rank says, what's wrong with men coming together to push men's issues? I'm not against it. I just think it makes like toxic masculinity, and we need to push against it. By the way, the phones are open. 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and have a conversation, I am more than happy to have the conversation with you. A Shot of Whiskey says, psychologically speaking, they are more likely to have psychological scarring after banging many men. That is not the same the other way around. I mean, that's definitely possible for men, but I would be curious as to where you got that. What would that study even look like? Why do you hate the idea of men having their own space? I'm not against men having their own space. Have you been to a cigar lounge? Lots of that. Very man space. There's nothing wrong with a man's space. I just think that women should be welcome too. Rank says, my phone broke yesterday. Darn. What movement does not have toxic stuff? Sure. So then I would argue against those things. Like, again, like I argue for a better society for everybody. And I just point out the problems that are pervasive, specifically towards, I mean, heck, I should just start calling it for what it is, victims of the right. There's a lot of victims of the right. They fell into like a manosphere, an area where they argue for things like right-wing Christian nationalism, often against their own self-interests. They are victims of the system. And I strive to make it a better place. I do. I am. I'm working for it. I just... That's bad. All right. I need shotgun. There's so many. I need to run. I'm running. There's so many, dude. Did I get any of them? Alright, got one. Bro, it is so hard to survive that. Alright, the Briscoe says, you're not making anything better place and never will, Amender. Well, I'm gonna at least try. GGM says, Christians are more likely to be successful, have lower mental illness, create families. What are you talking about? Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just in the chat talking with people about like crime being caused by poverty and like overpolicing and stuff.
Okay.
And I was just letting you know that if you saw anything talking about like poverty and stuff, that's just because of the debate I was having. And some of these people are weird thinking that poverty and overpolicing and stuff isn't correlated with increased crime.
They think that poverty doesn't cause increased crime?
Yeah, they think single motherhood does or stuff like that. It's not the fact that they're single mothers. It's more the fact that they have only one income and not two.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're right about that. I could pull up studies that show how socioeconomic conditions causes more crime at lower socioeconomic conditions.
I mean, I've just been like, how do these people not understand the fact that overpolicing plus poverty plus a bunch of other conditions equals more crime? If you reduce poverty, stop the overpolicing and arresting for jaywalking, loitering, stuff like that, you will see that crime gets reduced in those areas.
Let me see if I can find some articles that show this. Give me a moment. It'll take me a bit, but I can provide this. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just collecting some of my sources. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, so I got 3 of them. Where's my Chrome? Okay. So for the first one is the scientific research academic publisher. Here's the source for that. And it states, the research effort examines 2 aspects of quality of life within inner city neighborhood community, connectedness and safety. Based on the current literature, is hypothesized that inner city residents would exhibit relatively low levels of community connectedness as well as low level of perceived safe living conditions in their community. These 2 broad areas were analyzed by utilizing a variety of predictive variables, including age cohorts, race, gender, educational attainment, employment status, and length of community resident status. Data collection was accomplished through surveying adult residents by utilizing a systematic random sample design. The research findings suggested that residents' perceptions of the neighborhood were quite different from the general assertions made about the inner city neighborhoods in the extant literature. Overall, residents indicated that they felt safe across a number of safety indicators with race, educational attainment, employment status, age, length of residence, and the neighborhood relatively having little to no influence on these perceptions. Regarding the community connectedness and perceptions, resident responses were quite positive. Based on the findings, the research hypothesis was not supported. For the next one here, I have Crime and Violence Development, a literature review of the Latin America and the Caribbean. The authors review recent literature on crime and violence in Latin America and the Caribbean is a present broad overview of the main ideas of the empirical findings. They provide that the estimates of the magnitude of the problem, trends, and the manifestations of crime and violence in Latin America. They also discuss ways which violence affects development and the root causes of violence as empirical evidence that the determinants of crime. The authors conclude by stressing that preventative measures such as innovative social policies are efficient and underutilized strategies to address the problem to call for both more research and operational experimentation. And for the final one here is Inequality and Crime by Morgan Kelly. Oh, I should probably provide this. worldbank.org. And here's the jstore.org. The paper considers the relationship between inequality and crime using the data of urban countries. The behavior of property and violent crime are quite different. Inequality has no effect of property crime, but has a strong and robust impact on violent crime with elasticity above 0.5. By contrast, poverty and police activity have significant effects on property crime, but little on violent crime. Property crime is well explained by economic theory on crime, while violent crime is better explained by the strain on social disorganization theories. So, yes, socioeconomic conditions is a huge determinant in violent crime. All right?
Yeah.
Glad to be of service. Was there anything else you wanted, Bo?
No, not really. That's all I really called in to talk about.
No problem. All right, that was Bobro. All right. Rain says, AWOL, you should not drink so hard. AWOL says, Rain, you missed me making a drunken spectacle of myself in the debate. It's okay. Sometimes, well, I try not to drink when I'm debating. 1 drink max. That's about as far as I'm willing to go. The Briscoe says, AWOL, in all fairness, you got like 5 minutes to talk. He mostly missed a Mender telling his woe is me life story. I'm not woe is me. I'm doing great. I don't know what you thought that was. That was I'm a success story. I'm saying I was simply arguing that if Charlie Kirk got his way, I would not be a citizen, which is messed up. Like, I'm sorry. Catalyst says that study does not explain causal mechanisms. I mean, if you want specifically a causal mechanism, I'll provide that. Would you acknowledge it if I found the causal link? Mr. R says, I remember playing video games when I was 12. Okay. Good for you. You know, video games are fun after 12, right? Catalyst says, I would acknowledge correlation. So it doesn't really take a brainiac to think that if you are lacking in your life conditions, indeed you would try to find solutions to your life conditions. And when you're desperate to get what you need, you will go well out of your way to improve your livelihood, which is why you have a lot of people join things like gangs. Oh, dude, I am getting clobbered by. There's so many of them. I just need to leave. I need to leave. You just have to. You have to know when you've lost. You have to know, and this is one of those moments. I lost. I can't. I'm not fighting that. It's too tough, too difficult. We're just leaving. How do I jump this wall? Hell yeah! All right. Are they still running after me? I think they are. First, why do you think the government is talking about UFOs so much now? Oh, because our government is run by morons. just gonna be honest with you. It's just really dumb. No, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. Oh, but you know what? I could probably do. No, I gotta run. Oh. There's so many. I need to run. The fact that someone is broke doesn't cause them to commit crime unless they already have a disposition to do that. Disposition is caused by genetic and upbringing. Genetic? Would you say that minorities are predisposed to commit more crime? I sure hope you're not making that argument. Catalyst says, people join gangs because of cultural upbringing, single motherhood. Yes, poor socioeconomic conditions cause this. It's not the fact of being a single mother. It's the fact that you have one less person being able to pay for the child. That's what causes that. Oh my God, Is there a way for me to get away from them? Can I get away from them? Is it even possible? Can I jump up here and then maybe they... Come on over. Come on. They don't know how to climb this. That's good. This is good. Those are on my side. Okay. Maybe. Did I get one? I think I got one. The Shot of Whiskey says, yes, and the other person is the father, who is also not be able to show the son on how to be a man. As long as you have, like, people that are willing to assist the child, they are capable. And just because, FYI, that the dad doesn't live with the mom doesn't mean the dad doesn't take care of the kids as well. There's custody, which normally allots a certain amount of time between the child and the parents. Now, the only way that you're going to get restricted from being able to see your kids is if they're like an unfit person. Oh my God, they're so squirrely. How am I supposed to get them? Single mothers use government assistance if they're struggling. Yes. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing to have government assistance when mothers are struggling. I am literally the product of that. And it's been radically successful for both my brother and myself. Rain says, I'm confused. Now, if you don't have a male figure, people can't be men? What happened to men being males? Rain did a thing. That's pretty good. I like that. Briscoe says, if this game is a reflection of your real life skills, I would not follow a mender in a post-apocalypse situation. Why are you dogging on me, man? I'm just playing a game. And also, there's a lot of them. And you just die instantly. So I'm staying up here for a little bit till we, get it figured out. Also, you try to play this game. This game's hard. I agree with you on the other men aspect. However, you clearly have no idea how custody matters work. There are many men who are denied regular visitation over a woman's lies. Lawyers admit it. Yes. So if you are proven to be an unfit parent, then the court will decide to restrict access. And are there women that lie about that? Yes. But are there women that tell the truth about that? Also, yes. I think that's a case by case, and it just requires careful analysis of the evidence to come to proper delineation of what is just and best for the child. Shit. Can I? Briscoe, in a game, first is neither the guy who gets shot at negotiating. In a game, first is either the guy who gets shot at negotiating or he becomes a monster. Liberal judges plus liberal lawyers. You'll never see the kids again, Daddy. Mr. R, I don't know what world that you're living in, but in reality world, most judges have already been replaced with right-wing aligned judges in the United States. And this is coming from the Federalist Society. So no, actually the other way around. Can a dad really know how bad a period is? If they're a trans man, yeah, they could. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and debate, I'm right here. I'm willing to hear out your argument. Oh my God. Come on, poke your stupid head out. Got him. BS, all the soft on crime policies. I think we should have soft on crime policies. This tough on crime stuff hasn't reduced crime. If anything, it's only like made things worse for people. It has. It's made things worse. I'm not wrong in saying that. Most countries don't have as long-term sentencing, which results in there being the very fatherless homes that you're talking about. Trans men do not experience periods. They lack a womb. See, your transphobia is so heavy that you literally don't even understand the terminology. So I'm going to help you out, right? I'm going to open up Paint for you. Okay, so that way we can get it through your poor hollow brain skull. All right. So this is a woman. Okay? Woman. This is a man. Okay? Born the male. This was born female. Female have period. Men do not have period. Okay? Man transitions into trans woman. Okay? All right. And woman can transition into trans man. Okay? Now, does trans man still experience periods? Yes. Because they still have a uterus. Trans woman is the one that doesn't experience periods because they were born a man. So a trans man can get periods. You fucking idiot. My God, you guys are so dumb. Like, y'all right wingers are so dumb. It is actually wild. Mr. R says, wow, the kid is telling me that I can have a period. First of all, I'm 36. I'm not a kid. Second of all, I'm just referring to a trans man that is biologically born a woman, which means they can get periods. I'm just explaining how it works. Wraith says that drawing sucks. Man, dude, don't get me started on drawing. I know how to draw. Want to see one of my drawings? Here, I'll show you one of my drawings. I'll show you one of my drawings. Give me a moment. I'm just telling you how it works. I mean, you can get mad at me all you want. All right, I'll show you this drawing. And I just want to let you know, I did do this drawing. This is hanging. I did this drawing in Photoshop. This is hanging literally in my staircase. I made this myself. All right? Don't tell me I don't know how to draw. I know how to draw. I can draw. You want to see me draw? I could show you. I can draw. All right? I know how to draw. That is my signature. Look, I'll show you another one. No one's mad at you for being stupid. We're just laughing at you, Amender. You can laugh at me all you want, but you're still wrong. You're just confidently incorrect. You are. You're just... I'm just trying to explain how it works, and you're just getting upset that I'm pointing out how it works. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway. Mr. R, the classic example of debate with a liberal. You're dumb. You're wayist. You're a phobe. Awesome debate. Well, first of all, you're just a commenter. And, I mean, if you want to call in, you can call in and, like, put, like, a name to the face or something. And just call in. And we'll have the discussion. I promise I won't call you dumb. But by you saying that a trans man does not have a uterus, that's wrong. Trans men do have uteruses. Trans women are the ones that don't have uteruses. Appropriating words to mean the opposite of the original meaning to fit your ideology is pretty dumb. No, it's like me acknowledging the endocrinology that exists regardless of a right-winger's ability to understand it. I understand that, like, you can't imagine the idea that sex and gender are two different things, but they are. Yeah, let's talk about Pokemon and Harry Potter. Hey, man, if you want to call in and talk about Pokemon and Harry Potter, then call in and talk about Pokemon and Harry Potter. A Shot of Whiskey says, I already stated twice that I misheard you. You are correct on trans men having uterus. At first, I thought you said trans men. What? Why don't you call in? Like, I think you've been having too much whiskey. If you want to call in, the phone number is 202-998-5218. Call the number. You want to have a debate? You want to have a discussion? Come on. I'll hear you out. I'll hear out your argument. No. This is cool. This area is cool. I like this. A Shot of Whiskey says, I do not drink my own brethren while I drink your brethren. Your brethren are delicious, especially with Angostura bitters and simple syrup. It's that your world is white and black, right or left. Are you talking about the right-wingers? Because they're the ones telling you that there's only man and woman. There's nothing in between. Mr. R says, doesn't play along with make-believe delusional people, right-winger. You're engaging right now. A Shot of Whiskey says, so you just you're just role playing as a shot of whiskey? It's kind of funny, I'll grant you that. That's pretty good. It's pretty good work. AWOL says, hey, first, if men are prone to violent impulses, do those impulses disappear when someone becomes trans? Yes. So actually, if you are a trans person and you are taking hormone blockers for testosterone and replacing it with estrogen and progesterone, yes, you would effectively become less aggressive. In theory. Not everybody, of course, takes testosterone suppressants as a trans person. It just depends on if they're receiving that kind of care. Shaq says, you are the mirror. You are the same. Different side of the same coin. No. Because I argue for human decency and treating individuals equally, and the right wants to pretend trans people don't exist and treat them like garbage. I want to make a society that's better for everybody, which would include trans people. Crap, I'm bleeding. Good. Oh, what do we have here? We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, have a discussion, I'm right here. I'll hear you out. No, we want him to get actual help and have to have leftists stop forcing trans ideology onto kids. Well, I just believe that there are trans kids, and I think that we should provide them the humanity that they need and the care that they need. And that's what I believe. So I want what is best for the children. So Yeah, that's what I argue. AWOL says, somebody call in. Catalyst says, trans people exist and they shouldn't be treated like garbage. That doesn't mean that we should affirm their identity. You're literally like saying, hey, we shouldn't treat them like garbage. Also, let's refuse to like acknowledge their existence. Like, your comment doesn't really make any sense. Mr. R says, that's rich. Human decency. And he's running around the woods with a gun, blasting everything that moves. Yes. So if you observe here, this is a video game. It's not real life. I'm not arguing to do this in real life. I know it's a very realistic video game. I did just get a new video card, so it looks really, really real, but it's a video game. So I'm not actually hurting anybody, as it turns out. A shot of whiskey says, no, that is not what Catalyst says. You don't get it because you are smooth-brained. I don't think you get it. Because I've made cogent arguments. Ah! Get away from that. Get away from that. That's a bad anomaly. That's a bad anomaly. I don't like that anomaly. Darkest Hour 82 says, not denying their humanity, but can't affirm their gender, and they will not never be. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Got a question for you. All right. Give me a sec. All right. So this is a question specific for Darkest Hour, okay? I want Darkest Hour to answer this question. Is this a man or a woman? Specific. This is specific to Darkest Hour 82. Is this a man or a woman? Man or woman? Come on. Come on, Darkest Hour. Darkest Hour 82. I'm asking you. Is that a man or a woman? That's Julia Roberts. Yeah. I thought you were not going to recognize it. Because it would have been funny as hell. All right. We'll try again. Hold on. All right, hang tight. We'll make it harder. All right. Is this a man or a woman? This is specific to Darkest Hour. Is that a man or a woman? Come on. Come on, Darkest Hour. You got this. Go on. They're either objectively a man or a woman. I mean, that's what Darkest Hour said, right? So we should be able to determine 100% of the time whether or not someone is a man or a woman. Come on. Is he not going to engage? What is happening? Dude runs off. Stops commenting. Bro, it's wild. These right-wingers. They're crazy. That's AI. It's not AI. Darkest Hour says, I would say a woman, but that doesn't matter. He or her chromosomes determine that. Your argument is void. Ha ha! Whoa! Sorry. I have never heard such an argument. You've convinced me. Wow, trans people don't exist. You did it. So let me help you out. All right. I'm going to try to, illustrate how it works for everybody to understand. So there is the female, and if you're referring to, an adult human female, that is referring to woman by sex. So when you're talking about woman by sex, that typically means XX chromosomes resulting in large gametes, resulting in specific hormone compilation in the brain, resulting in secondary sex characteristics such as breasts, hips, vagina, or that's a primary sex characteristic. You get my point. And then once they're 18 years old, that's a woman. That's by sex. However, there is an entirely separate understanding, or it's not really separate. It's more like relational. They relate to one another. Is an internal sense of your sex. The internal sense of your sex, that is gender. What is this? So internal sense of sex is you feel like you are a man or a woman. And this is largely dictated by hormonal composition that starts as early as an embryonic stage. There are numerous factors that can cause radical differences in the way the brain chemistry works that causes someone's internals to feel separate from that of their external body. They're saying that it's a mental disorder. No, it is not a mental disorder. The gender dysphoria in and of itself is the mental disorder. But feeling trans can result in, say, for example, having gender euphoria, not gender dysphoria, and that doesn't actually result into the mental disorder. So, but regardless of whatever you want to call it, it is possible for someone's internal brain to be different, morphologically speaking, that results in someone becoming trans. And just so you're aware, this has also been discovered in other countries. Take, for example, in India, hijras has existed for over 1,000 years. It's effectively an entire third gender. People that felt that they were woman instead of man or man instead of woman is a thing. And so again, I'm trying to explain to you the difference between gender and sex. I hope it makes sense to you. But hey, call in 202-998-5218. Do you disagree with me? I mean, I could provide, there's a lot of scientific papers on this. It's not like just my opinion, bro. It's things that I can show to exist. It exists at an embryonic stage. Ow! It exists at an embryonic stage. It exists at an endocrinological stage. It happens neurobiologically. It is also psychological and sociological. All of these factors in sciences are all in tandem agreeing with the existence of trans people. Darkest Hour 82 says, because they have a mental illness. That's wrong. The reason why that's wrong is because if you actually read your DSM-5, it actually has specific criteria to being labeled as a mental illness. In order for something to be labeled as a mental illness, there has to be a negative mental association that causes a disruption in your life. Being trans in and of itself does not mean that it causes an inherent disruption in your life or like a negative mental repercussion, because there are trans individuals that have gender euphoria and no signs of gender dysphoria. I'm one of them. So no, that's not the case. All right. How do I... Where does this go? Where does this place go? This is a tunnel, and I can go straight to... Oh, I wonder how far I need to run. Maybe I can run? Is it possible to shoot it? I don't think it's possible to shoot it. Yeah, shooting it doesn't seem to work, does it? How do you avoid that anomaly? How's that anomaly avoided? Darkest Hour 82 says, okay, we'll have to agree to disagree. No, I think you need to agree to read more. Vincent DeVekis says, tried to call your Discord. Go to discord.gg/First Amender. I actually have a stage open, so anybody can reach the audience and raise their hand. There's only one person in that audience right now, but if you want to, you want to enter in that way instead of just calling me, because I can't hear it. Vincent says, no idea how to use Discord. Yeah, you hit the little plus button. Yeah, I know, it's really... Okay. You hit the plus button and add a server, and then you type discord.gg/FIRST Amender, and you will be joined in, and you should see a place in the voice that's called stage. Darkest Hour says, no, I live in reality. That's enough. Yeah, I already live in reality. I just understand that there are endocrine results that causes differences in the brain, which results in a person being transgender. So I can give you an example. I'll go ahead and provide it so you can see it for yourself, that I'm not making this up when I'm telling you this. This is just one study out of many studies that are available. I just like doing this one because it's very, very definitive, very difficult to kind of like weasel your way out of it. Here is, I'll show you right now. Hold on. I have it saved. Okay. And I've presented this study many times. I recommend anybody, any right winger, to spend the time with me to go over it, because it's pretty impactful. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger so you can read along with me. All right, so I'm just going to read the abstract so you understand it. The background. In contrast to cisgendered persons, transgender persons identify with a different gender than the one that they are assigned at birth. Although research on the underlying neurobiology of transgender persons has been accumulating over the years, neuroimaging studies in this relatively rare population is often based on very small samples, resulting in discrepant findings. Aim: to examine the neurobiology of transgender persons in a large sample. Methods. Using a mega-analytic approach, structural MRI data of 803 non-hormonally treated. Vincent DeVekis just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Structural MRI data, 803 non-hormonally treated transgender men, transgender women, cisgendered men, and cisgendered women were analyzed. Outcomes. Structural brain measures, including gray matter volume, cortical surface area, and cortical thickness, were measured. The results: transgender persons differed significantly from cisgendered persons with respect to their subcortical brain volumes and surface area, but not cortical thickness. Contrasting the four groups, trans man, trans woman, cis man, and cis woman, we observed a variety of patterns that not only depended on the direction of gender identity, as in towards male or towards female, but also on the brain measure as well as the brain region examined. The conclusion shows that rather than being merely shifted towards either end of the male-female spectrum, transgender persons seem to present their own unique brain phenotype. And if you scroll down here, they actually provide you significant groups effects on cortical volume, where you can see that this top one here is labeled cis man, cis woman, trans man, trans woman, and you can observe measurements of cortical volume, left and right hemisphere brains. So that's why that there's two on each side that is able to observe cortical volume surface area differentiating from that of cisgendered counterparts. This is pre-hormones. So this is a big problem for people think that it's just in their brain. Darkest Hour 82 says, very leftist publications, I am sure. That's the point. Dude, this is a neurobiological study. This is just examining it. All it is doing MRI data, and I'm giving you the MRI data. If you want to sit there and you want to listen to, I don't know, Joe Rogan or like whatever dumb nonsense, go for it. The studies are not in your favor here. I'm telling you, dude, we're increasingly getting closer and closer to basically facing an undeniable avalanche of evidence that is going to blow out the water all of these dumb right-wing talking points. This is just one of them. There's tons of them just like this. And there's multiple fields of study that proves the existence of trans people. So spend all your day, right, and say that all of the colleges, all of the studies, all of the scientists, it's all bullshit. But, Charlie Kirk and Joe Rogan and Andrew Wilson and all these fucking morons that the right-wingers listen to, they're the correct ones. You know, the ones that don't do any study or hold any relevant degrees whatsoever or actually know anything regarding endocrinology or neurobiology or sociology or psychology or literally any one of these ologies, any study at all they're sitting there doing is inflaming a bunch of right-wingers. And I'm here to try to put you back into reality world and show that the studies are not in your favor regarding the existence of trans people. That's the reality. Get mad all you want. These studies don't go away just because Charlie Kirk wants to deny their existence. We are taking calls though. Phone number 202-998-5218. Call in. Seriously, call in. Call in. I'm right here. Call in. Anyway, let me take a look. So, let me see if I can figure out that particular anomaly. Because there's like that exploding anomaly that's like a nightmare. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking. Hold on. Give me a moment. This one, the clicker. Dude, these things suck. How do you stop them? Hold on. I'm reading. Visible anomaly covers a wide static area, remains dormant or living in an inanimate object that moves within the area. Upon sensing movement, the clicker suddenly appears at the distance and the direction of the movement, approximately where the object would be, continuing to move, and the clicker finishes charging. The first charges itself, forming a bright star. Upon finishing charging, it violently releases stored energy and blinding the deafening explosion with a loud crack. After a short cooldown period, it repeats the cycle if the object continues to move. The clicker can do the said cycle for multiple moving objects within the field, with the cooldown being independent for each object. The explosion deals a large amount of damage and blinds the player if caught in the blast radius. For most living beings, a single blast is enough to kill them, setting their corpse on fire. The damage inversely proportional to the distance from the anomaly, dealing additional thermal damage. Okay. But how do I... So do I just not move? So how do I, like, leave? Darkest Hour says, let's talk statistical anomalies, like all the trans kids in Hollywood. No, it's kind of like if you suddenly allowed left-handed people to exist, then you would have more left-handed people. So yes, there's trans people who are in Hollywood because Hollywood is accepting of trans people. Wait, by not moving? Oh, it still dealt damage. That hurt a lot. But if I don't move, it still hits if I don't move. I just need to run. A man claiming to be a woman isn't really a woman, so their identity isn't real. I'm talking about by gender, not by sex. The sex changes the same. Darkest Hour 82 says groomers. No, that's President Donald Trump. Groomed and doomed. Again, that's President Donald Trump doing that, not me being trans affirming. I at no point ever advocate harming of any child, ever, under any circumstance. But ask any Christian whether or not they're in favor of spanking, and then we can talk. Or whether or not Catholics groom children. Trump never groomed. Holly weirdos do. Well, I think both do. But let's just pull this up. All right. There must be more to life. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Donald. Enigmas never aged. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey. As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. So don't say that I'm that I argue for harming of children. The guy you voted for does that. I advocate for kids getting the care that they need. That's what I argue. And that is, in fact, gender-affirming care. Yep. Call in. 202-998-5218. Vincent DeVecchis says, again, two brains. One is a trans woman's and the other is a feminine man. Can you tell the difference? Yes. A feminine man doesn't necessarily have the subcortical volumes. They could still be cisgendered. I'm just pointing out the morphological differences. We know that they exist. We've been able to observe this based on people who literally just self-affirm as being trans. A shot of whiskey says it's not always gender-affirming care. The problem with this is that this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what gender-affirming care even is. A lot of people don't realize gender-affirming care addresses a whole myriad of conditions. Regarding gender-affirming care, specifically with children, it has a very conservative leaning where they basically don't apply any hormone blockers on a child unless, of course, if the mother consents, a doctor consents, and it is medically efficacious to do so. If a child does not have gender dysphoria, there's literally no reason to be giving hormone blockers to a child. It's just not a thing. You don't need it. And the current medical efficacy is to provide care for the child. And if they need it, you provide it to them, not make laws that make it illegal to provide that care. 9 times out of 10, children don't actually have gender dysphoria. And so you don't even need hormone blockers. Just a social transition is enough, and they grow out of it. All right, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender. Good talk. Call in. Wait, I thought gender affirming care for minors didn't exist and was a right-wing conspiracy theory. So there is gender affirming care for minors. It's just super conservative. Like it's nowhere close to as insane as you think it is. Basically, there's a psychological evaluation with a WPATH expert. It's a psychologist that's specifically trained for dealing with gender dysphoria and trans individual care. For most kids, they don't actually need hormone blockers. Most kids, they can just have a social transition and it's enough. 9 times out of 10, they grow out of it. This causes no harm to the child in wearing dresses and wearing makeup and then it being a phase. Most kids, once again, grow out of it. But for the 10% that do not grow out of it, they often exhibit signs of gender dysphoria. If they have gender dysphoria, you apply hormone blockers, allow them a couple of years of delay of puberty in order to decide whether or not that they want to fully transition with fully informed consent, also involving the parent and the doctor to determine whether or not that it is appropriate for that to happen. After a couple of years of decision and as well as psychological evaluation, they eventually they have the child on hormone blockers to allow them to decide and come to a fully consented decision. Then they can go through hormone replacement therapy. That is the care. I hope that makes sense. Catalyst says there's no reason to give hormone blockers to a child for gender dysphoria, especially when 90% desist. You're getting it wrong. The 90% that don't receive hormone blockers and grow out of it, those are the ones that don't receive the hormone blocker. Also, even if they did, under a circumstance, make a mistake where they didn't actually have gender dysphoria, you just stop taking the hormone blocker and you'll be good. But the ones that usually go on hormone blockers and have gender dysphoria, they do not desist. Most do not. Catalyst says, I'm glad you acknowledge most grow out of it. Most leftists don't agree. Well, so there is some that definitely do not grow out of it. Usually those that have gender dysphoria, they never grow out of it. It remains the same thing. And it's like, we need to acknowledge that these people exist and they deserve the care that they need in order to reduce suicidal ideation. That, and we should change society around it where we basically don't treat these people like garbage or pariahs, and we treat them as humans just as we treat everybody else as humans. We should not abuse children. Rain says, a shot of whiskey, you have no idea what a tautology is. You don't know what a metaphor is. A tautology is necessary in order to convey the same message. Without different people think, someone's different approach is necessary. What? You need a tautology to convey your message? But then they can transition in adulthood. Well, so here's the thing, Catalyst. The problem is if they have consistent gender dysphoria, if they take hormone blockers and then at 16 they go on HRT, which allows them to transition throughout puberty as whatever, female or male, they don't need in adulthood invasive surgeries such as facial reconstruction or all of these or fat placement. It just happens naturally. So a situation like that, it's actually less invasive to give them the care that they need as opposed to having them not transition and force them to their body to turn into something that they don't want it to be. It's kind of like a good example of this that I've presented, and this is for like a cisgender to understand the perspective, because it's really hard for a cisgendered person to kind of like encapsulate like, hey, why, like, I feel fine in my body. Like, why don't they feel fine in their body? So I'll give you an example. Let's say you're 14 years old and you're about to go through puberty as a boy. And instead of you getting puberty like everybody else, you have developed a condition called gynecomastia. And gynecomastia is a condition which causes you to grow breasts instead of a larger chest like the other boys. You are now growing tits. Would this be uncomfortable? Yes. Would somebody as you're growing up, would you feel embarrassed? Would you feel like this isn't supposed to happen? Would you feel like vulnerable? Would you feel as if that, this doesn't make any sense? This isn't me. This is not what my body is supposed to be. That is the gender dysphoria that I'm referring to. That is that gender incongruence that trans people go through on a daily basis. That what is happening on their external body is not aligned with what is happening internally. Whatever is happening internally is not aligned with what is happening externally. And so for certain conditions regarding children, some of them definitely have gender dysphoria. No, they do not grow out of it. In situations like that, it is crucial to apply hormone blockers so that their body does not turn into something that they do not want it to be, and they can come to an informed decision at 16 years old and decide whether or not they want to go on hormone replacement therapy. Do fat people have gender dysphoria? Some do. Yeah. I'm sure there's like a fat trans person. Sure. I just want y'all to understand it, man, because honestly, the whole trans thing, it's probably one of the least understood things by right-wingers. They literally have no idea what's going on. They don't know anything about it. And I've sat there and I've done the reading on the literature, so you can be aware of it as I am aware of it. Also, let me just point out, right? I just want to say, I don't like treating debates as like a win or a lose. I like to treat debates as if it's like you're learning something. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to live in a world where, I don't know, I'm just self-affirming, what I think is real versus not real. I want to come to logical conclusions that I can empirically show and verify. I see it. The Briscoe says, lots of guys in my school had gynecomastia. No one cared. We called them bitch tits everywhere and moved on. If you're talking about fat people, that's not what I'm referring to. You're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. Gynecomastia and being fat are two completely different things. I'm saying you're of normal body weight and you grow breasts. I would be glad to show you what gynecomastia looks like, but it would literally just look like that I'm showing you nudity on my YouTube channel. So you're going to have to just take my word for it, but you can Google it yourself, gynecomastia, and realize that indeed it is a very real condition and it's not being fat. Catalyst says, I understand and that I sympathize with them. That's why I believe psychotherapy combined with sex-aligned hormone therapy. I don't think we should affirm the dysphoria. Well, but that's the thing, right? We've already done experimentation on what is the most effective on addressing gender dysphoria. And it is, in fact, gender-affirming care and not sex-aligned hormone therapy. What you're effectively arguing is conversion therapy, which does not work. We know it doesn't work. Did I get all the items in that? I got to get all the items in there. Catalyst says, not all trans people are dysphoric. That is correct. Not all. That is indeed true. Not all trans people indeed are have gender dysphoria. Being trans and having dysphoria, gender dysphoria, are two different things. You can actually confirm that on psychiatry.org. Qtard says, so in other words, the science is settled. Haha. No, science is never settled. There's always new discoveries to be made. But in terms of trans people and how it functions scientifically, it's one of the largely misunderstood things for people on the right. Vincent DeVetchis says, how do they grow out of it? Yeah, so for some, it's like a phase. And if it is a phase, they just kind of like get bored of it and stop doing it. It's, again, I think that's a discussion that should happen between you and a psychologist and just assist you where you need it, right? As opposed to, it's not saying, hey, affirm every single person. It's saying, hey, give people the care that they need as they need it. Right? But that's all gender affirming therapy. Historical conversion therapy does not work. Yes, that's and sex aligned therapy would not work as well. Like denying their existence is shown to not work. In fact, it causes significant harm. There's a lot of studies to show this. I'm not making this up when I am telling you this. By the way, we are taking calls. You can call in on the show, 202-998-5218. They asked the same question, how do they grow out of it? I explained how they grow out of it. Man, this game's pretty. Very good looking game. How do they grow out of it if it's innate? So for some, it could be innate. Sometimes I'm not against the idea that there could be like a cultural thing there. I'm not saying that isn't a thing. That could totally be a thing. It's just, that doesn't mean like trans people don't exist or like aren't due the care that they need. Damn it. That was a really good loot pile. Phases aren't innate. I agree. You seem to be ignoring innate. No, I'm not. All of this is congruent. Has sex-aligned hormone therapy ever been tried? Yes. Yeah, really, really negative repercussions, by the way. I think it was like tried in like the 70s and 80s where people just ended up harming themselves. Really sad, actually. Very sad study. Also morally corrupt. Oh, let's see, bolt. Can I get through there? Great work. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Vincent says, so not everybody that identifies being trans actually is, which is a problem. I mean, that's a personal journey. I think that's a person is going through some stuff and, we should not treat them like garbage while they're going through that kind of journey. It's a very stressful journey, I must say. Let's not make it any harder than it actually is. Phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how are you doing?
What was your name?
My name's John.
John. All right, John, what do you want to talk about?
Are you actually playing right now? Is this like live on your stream?
Yep.
All right, cool. Well, I appreciate you being open to talking to people. That's really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm like an anti-Charlie Kirk. Like I'm basically Charlie Kirk, but the opposite direction.
Ooh, man, that's a bad take, I think. An anti-Charlie Kirk, man, that's just a bad take. It's a little too soon, buddy. All right, so here, let me ask you this then, right? What do you think, and I'm sorry if this has already been discussed on your live stream, but what do you think about all the people coming out unsolicited and creating videos and memes and jokes, laughing and celebrating and mocking the death of Charlie Kirk. How do you feel
Terrible.
about
Shouldn't
that?
happen. I'm a total.
Yeah, I agree.
You're gonna find that I'm a total pacifist. I believe in a strict principle of non-harm, unless there's basically no other choice. Like,
So you're not a pacifist.
Well,
you're not a pacifist.
well, but here's the
it's
thing.
self-defense is what it is,
Let
right?
me explain. Right? It's like I'm willing to acknowledge that there are probably situations where you must put violence, but it's like I need to exhaust situation A, B, C, D, E. Like every choice needs to be completely exhausted, and there's just no other option.
Sure.
And then
agreed.
from then, it would be
violence should
minimal
the
force
last-
required.
Yeah, violence should be the last option, and in my opinion, should only be used when. See, now the CIA can figure out where I am because of that train. I'm just kidding, but they already know where I'm at. But violence should only be used as a last resort, typically to just defend yourself, to defend your life, to defend your family, whatever, right? Okay, so let me ask you a broader question then, and then we can hang up and I'll let you go to another caller. What do you think it's going to take right now to unite the left and the right?
I think that everybody, I think my message helps. I do. I believe it. And I mean, maybe you can tell me whether or not that you agree with it. I think that like everybody has different ideas of how they want to live their life. And I think that if we create a society around allowing people to have a better equity, better ability to be able to afford a house, better ability to be able to live your life as you see fit, and we design our government on that, divest the money and politics, where we remove the lobbying system. We instead have a system where there's just like a finite pool of money that's allocated every year. No more lobbying. You're not allowed to lobby. Corporations cannot seek their special interests. And so the only way politicians can get elected is if the people actually like them. So, and then eventually, if we have governments that favor people instead of corporations, we can get better policy that benefit people. We can enact policy that benefit things like, I argue like that we should have, that we should expand the Pell Grant. So that way college is largely free for just about everybody. And the reason why that I would, and just so you're aware, the Pell Grant actually pays for itself, because people who go to college and they graduate, they get more money in a job, which then means that they pay more in taxes over their lifetime.
It depends on what you study, right?
It does. But if I just applied like an overall, like just looked at like people who have a degree versus people who don't have a degree, people who have a degree make more money. And that makes sense because you are largely more educated. And when you're more educated, you're able to unlock more things that you're able to do.
Yeah. So I did hear some liberal buzzwords in there. By the way, I'm not saying I'm liberal or conservative, but I did hear, equity buzzword. Heard some platitudes, but also I agree with you. I totally agree with getting money out of government. Get rid of the lobbyists. Get rid of corporations having special privileges.
Yeah.
As human beings, I totally agree with that. So I guess what I would say is thank you for. I really think you need to think and sleep on it about saying the anti-Charlie Kirk. I think that's in bad taste. I think you're speaking a little flippantly.
I guess okay. When I'm saying I'm anti-Charlie Kirk, what I'm saying is that all of his ideas, me and him, I would likely not find very many things that me and Charlie Kirk agree on. Like I am pretty heavy woke, very Democrat, secular kind of guy. And Charlie Kirk is just the literal opposite of that. And I think
I understand.
I personally believe, and I'm just gonna be honest with you. I believe that Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist that fomented hate and destruction.
All right, okay,
specifically
fine.
among the young
me,
generation.
Give me a specific example about where he fomented hate.
Yes, so he argued actually that the United States should be a white majority country, and that there's a lot of brown people coming into this country, and they're favoring brown people instead of white people, and we should be helping out white people more. And he wanted to reduce...
No. Give me the exact quotes, because I'm sorry, I've seen... I don't even know Charlie Kirk.
I've brought up exact quotes, but anytime I bring up exact quotes, they say that I take it out of context. So I don't know if me bringing up a specific quote is going to do anything, but
I've never seen him
saying that there is a great replacement. He has argued great replacement theory in multiple podcasts, and I just disagree with that. Again, what I argue is I want a better society for everybody, and I don't see just from him, like from a Christian perspective, just like a Christian perspective entirely, he's actually fighting against himself here, because Jesus Christ would not say, well, they're an illegal immigrant, and so we deserve the right to basically not treat them as people, and we have to send them back to their home country.
He never said that. First of all, he never said that we shouldn't treat them as people.
Well, so what he did is that we should deport illegal immigrants, is what he said.
Okay. All right.
He said mass deportations as well.
Okay.
Just so you're aware, being an illegal immigrant in the United States it's a misdemeanor. It's not even a felony charge. It's not even.
It's a crime. I understand. It's not a felony.
And then the second thing that I want to point out is I feel like all humans are due with a level of decency and a level of humanity, in which way that Jesus
I think
Christ,
Charlie Kirk thought the same thing.
And I think what Jesus Christ would argue, but Charlie Kirk himself wanted to make that not a thing. In fact, if he had his way, I wouldn't be a citizen of the United States, because my parents came into this country from Chile and got their green card status and then had me. And he wanted to end birthright citizenship. And so a guy like me would likely not be a citizen of the United States. And I'm a systems administrator, and I'm educated. And my brother as well, he's an electrical engineer. We benefit the country by coming here and providing our service. And we took tons of social safety nets when we were growing up, because my mom couldn't afford it without social safety nets. So sure. I want there to be opportunity for all individuals, including white people, including brown people. And I think that there should be a viable pathway to citizenship, so that way we have just, in general, less illegal immigrants. And if somebody is caught being an illegal immigrant, unless if you're convicted of a violent crime in your home country, I would just provide them the resources necessary to become legal.
I mean, that's a very idealistic and lovely way to look at it. And I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad that you're contributing to the country. I love America, and I don't know. I think we have some different views on some things, but I think most importantly, the idea of talking to people that might disagree with you is probably the most important thing. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason, and I respect you for having this open discussion. I really think, I'm just saying, I think it's in bad taste saying the anti-Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk. Again, the only reason why. Just listen to me. Even if you disagree with everything that he stood for, one thing that he did stand for was freedom of speech. Okay, yeah. And that's what you're standing for right now. So I'm just saying, I think
I don't even stand for the freedom of speech.
I'm sorry?
I don't stand for the freedom of speech.
You don't stand for freedom of speech?
I don't.
Okay, you are woke. Come on, dude. I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
You don't want to hear it?
That's sad, man. I guess, yeah, give it to me. They're fucking tracking me right now. They already got my fucking home address, to go for it, man. I'm kidding, mostly. Hold on, let me adjust my tinfoil hat. All right, I'm ready to go.
Oh, I got a tinfoil hat. Hold on. I have to often choose between the tricorn or the tinfoil hat. You know?
Yeah, okay, so tell me why you don't believe in freedom of speech.
Well, okay, so I actually have been looking at like hate speech laws existing in, multiple different modern countries, from Australia to New Zealand to Canada to most European countries. Yeah, the UK. Most European countries don't have like free exercise of freedom of speech. But what I've observed is and this is what can be empirically verified through various studies where they can see that by having the strict freedom of speech, as in like even the ability to use like various hate speech, is that what it does is that it basically keeps hate speech out in the open. And when it becomes considered more acceptable in society, it basically causes people to do more atrocious actions as they realize that their behavior is completely acceptable. So let me give you an example of something
Okay, well, hold on. I have to say right now, behavior and speech are two different things. Do not conflate them. I'm sorry. Actions and words are very different.
Let me give you an example of what I'm referring to, of something that I think should be illegal. I think if you're walking around waving Nazi flags and banners and making it an incredibly antagonistic environment for regular people to exist in their daily life, we should disperse that. We should make that illegal. We should put people in jail if they deny dispersing.
Who is walking around in the streets making life difficult for people in a daily life? It's not Nazi flags. I'll tell you that right now. Here, I don't subscribe to hate speech. I don't believe in the idea of hate speech. Speech is speech. The only speech that should be actually regulated is actual calls to violence, actual threats, right? Mm-hmm. Those are things that should be regulated. Okay? Can I give you a real-world practical example of why I think that free speech should be allowed?
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Daryl Davis before?
No.
Okay, Daryl Davis is a black jazz musician. I can't remember the exact timeline, but I believe like 80s and 90s, right? When he was a young boy, he was in the Boy Scouts. And I'm surprised you don't know about this guy, honestly, you woke liberal guy. And I'm not trying to poke fun. I appreciate your open dialogue. But when he was a young boy, he was in the Boy Scouts. He was the only black kid in the Boy Scouts. And they did a parade. And they were walking through the streets. And he lives in the South. I can't remember exactly where. But they get up to one group, and there's a group of people that are yelling at them and throwing bottles and throwing things at them. And young Daryl Davis thinks, man, these people really don't like the Boy Scouts. And his troop leaders had to come grab him and usher him away from the violence. And whenever he got home that night, his parents had to explain to him, for the first time, I think he was like 8, 9, 10 years old, they had to explain to him what racism was. Mm-hmm. And the question that he formed in his young mind was, how can you hate me if you don't even know me? Mm-hmm. So fast forward all these years later, he becomes a jazz musician player in the South. And turns out there are some white people there that happen to be members of the KKK and like his music and start talking to him, and he finds out they're part of the KKK. So he decides he wants to meet the Grand Dragon, the leader of the KKK. By the way, the KKK have the dumbest names: Grand Dragon, Grand Cyclops, Nighthawk. These people need D&D. They don't need hatred. That's what they need. They just need D&D.
True.
But so anyway, so he goes and meets with the Grand Dragon. You can look up the whole story. He continues a relationship with the Grand Dragon for years. And by the way, his goal was never to convert anyone or change anyone's mind. His goal was simply to understand, how can you hate me if you don't even know me? Through his dialogue, through his connections, through his work, over 200 KKK members, including the Grand Dragon, if I'm not mistaken, left the organization and turned in their robes to him. So this is my argument about free speech. You want speech out in the open. I'll tell you right now, you can look up the undercover FBI agent that went and infiltrated a white nationalist group. They are not out in the open. They're not out talking about their ideas because they don't want anyone to know their ideas. And you know who those people vote for, by the way? You should look this up. They vote for the Democrats. They vote for the liberals because they want society. What they're called accelerationists. They want society to collapse, and they believe that the left wing is the best party to do that. So my argument is speech should always be out in the open. There's no such thing as hate speech. Everyone should be allowed to say whatever they want, regardless of how hateful you think it is, until it is an actual call to violence.
Well, what would you say? Would you say that, okay, what is more shifted to the right, would you say? The Netherlands or the United States?
I don't know enough about the Netherlands to make a comment on that.
What would you say is more shifted to the right? Most of Europe or the United States?
Well, so I would say,
mind you, they have
I would say
largely
the- I
free
would say-
college.
I would say
healthcare
the
is
United-
free. They don't pay for these things. I think like college for most of these countries, they pay no more than €1,000 a year for locals. So like,
Okay.
let me ask, like, if you had to guess, which one's more right wing?
I would say the
United-
United States is more right wing, but see, it's kind of like a,
So, but here's the
a
thing,
logical
right?
fallacy or something, right?
Well, I'm not making. I haven't even made my argument yet. I'm just making some plain.
I'm just saying classifying
facts.
it as right or left wing at this point in time is so murky, and it's difficult to even articulate what that means at this point in time, is all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, when I'm hearing like right wing, what I'm thinking is, okay, well, you want government to get out of the way. You would like to have instead not social safety nets, but rather the private market handle things. You likely want strong on-border immigration. You likely want control on whether or not women can get abortions. These are all right-wing talking points, yes?
Sure.
Okay. So what I find concerning is that while you say that, well, if we just have the free speech out in the open, the truth, it's going to find its way.
Oh, hold on. I didn't say the truth. In fact, I said that I think speech to be out in the open, especially if it's, I didn't say this explicitly, but especially if it's wrong, especially if it's based on,
But just so you're
not
aware,
on
right,
logic.
studies show that when the hate speech is not out in the open, that it actually results in less people being hateful, right? Because they're no longer platformed.
What is being hateful? What's being hateful?
Yeah, I, think
I don't
like
care about. I don't
walking
give a
around
shit
with
about being hateful. What I want to know about is crime statistics. I don't care about being hateful. That's just such a subjective, silly thing. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not, because there
it's a
are
silly
hate
thing.
speech laws across all of these countries. It's just in
Yeah,
the
and
United
hate
States we
speech
don't have
laws should not exist. They shouldn't exist.
Okay, but the problem that I'm having is why do we have laws in the first place? What's the point of them? Why do we have them?
To protect the citizens.
To protect people, to make society more consistent, to make it safer.
To make society, yeah, exactly. Whatever. I mean, you can go on forever about this.
Okay.
Right now, you have people in the UK.
What I'm observing
did you see the video
is that
Did you see the people in the UK where the two female officers showed up and said, "Your daughter viewed a post"? Now, that's why whenever you ask about the right and left wing, I kind of stumbled, because the left continually wants to say the right is fascist. What's more fascist than saying your daughter viewed a post? She didn't even post it. She looked at something, and that's not okay.
Yeah, I don't.
That's fascism.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
See, dude, and see, I'm not educated on a lot of this stuff either, but you are not either. And I'm not the one that has a talk show going on. So look, I've got some stuff to do.
Well,
I
you just have
genuinely
a specific
appreciate.
anecdote that you. Oh, did you not want to?
Oh,
talk more?
no, it's happening. It's happening all over the place.
All right.
Just
the end
do your
result
research.
is that what I've observed regarding hate speech laws is that the Overton window is effectively shifted less towards hateful rhetoric, because it's considered not acceptable in polite society.
No, because it's
that
considered punishable by law.
You gotta let me finish. This doesn't work.
All right, fine.
Unless if you hear me out.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that is correct. It is punishable by law. And the instances that I would consider is that it has to be effectively an antagonistic area for someone to exist. So a good example of this would be if people are walking around marching, with Nazi banners and flags, in protest. I don't know, against immigrants or immigration. Well,
Okay.
Immigrants that are kind of walking that street and just want to do business there, or want to just simply exist, they're going to find that an incredibly antagonistic environment. And so it's that kind of speech that I would actively want to suppress. And most European countries has also done this. And what it has resulted in is a shifting in the Overton window, where instead of it being filled with right-wing hate, which is what you can see in the United States,
come on.
it is not the case in most European countries. That's not to say that there isn't right-wing hate.
Now it's just left-wing hate. That's what it is. Now it's just left-wing hate.
I
That's
never
left unchecked.
implied or argued left-wing hate. Never implied
I
or
know.
argued that. I'm a
It
total
doesn't
pacifist.
exist, I'm sure, according to you.
I never said that. Never did or once said that. I am a total pacifist. I believe in peaceful ways to getting
We already
my
discussed
goals.
this. You're not a total pacifist.
I am.
No, you're not. We already
I am.
discussed this. You said that if
It-
it came down basically to defending your life, you would defend your life. So you're not a complete pacifist.
No, only under the strictest circumstances. All other
Yeah,
options
so you're not a
need
total.
to be completely
So you're not a total
exhausted.
pacifist. Exactly.
Well,
so don't
I mean,
claim to
like,
be a
I'll be
pacifist.
honest. Like, I think it's like the level. It's like, let's say if someone is holding me down and they're punching at me and they're not going to stop punching me, I'll probably do one punch to push them off, and then I'm running. That's the level, right? Like, the point is that I advocate nonviolence.
Sure,
so-
that's a good thing. Nonviolence, yeah, no, nonviolence is good. But even you agree that when your life is on the line, that sometimes violence is necessary.
Okay, so
Violence in response to violence, essentially.
Anyway, regardless, I can observe the outcomes of the hate speech laws across the European nations. They don't have the right-wing problems that we have here in the United States. In fact, it's the United States exporting right-wing hatred across the globe, and it is inflaming right-wing protests that has resulted in more violence. I can also observe
all the
overwhelmingly-
right wing violence that we see on the news. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I can
Hey,
actually,
look,
can actually
hold
show
on. Can
you
you
if
tell
you
me?
want.
Can you tell me your name again, please?
First Amender.
I'm sorry,
First Amender.
I didn't catch that.
First Amender.
First Amender. Okay, it's not your actual name. Thank you so much for being open to this conversation. I really appreciate it. Trust me, I'm sure I could talk to you for hours, but I think it's time for me to let somebody else on the line. But thank you for the open discussion. Again, sleep on the anti-Charlie Kirk thing. Just sleep on it a little bit. But thank
Okay.
you for your open dialogue. I really do appreciate it, okay?
Yep, sounds good.
All right,
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
I still think he's a stochastic terrorist. Sorry, he is. I don't know what to tell you. Call in the show. You disagree with me? I'm willing to hear you out. 202-998-5218. Right now I am playing the game Stalker 2. Pretty fun game. I like it. It's kind of hard. Ah, there we go. Finally, he's dead. Jeez. Give me this. Search. There we go. Poltergeist. Catalyst says First Amender does not believe in the First Amendment. You know, when I first picked this name out, I wanted to believe in that. It's just my travels have changed my perspective as time has gone on. It's made me realize that it comes into the question. It's like, why do I uphold a right? Why do I like rights? Well, I like rights because it like makes people's lives better. And based on the current standing of the First Amendment, it doesn't appear to be making people's lives better in certain aspects. And one of them is regarding hate speech laws. I just think that there needs to be caveats for hate speech laws. And most other European countries have already come to this conclusion, but we in the United States kind of have this fervent belief that can't ever be changed no matter what. And it's like, I just think we need to use our head here and consider, okay, well, what are the outcomes? Is one outcome better than the other? And I do think having hate speech laws would be beneficial to the United States, especially with how extreme we've gotten. Vincent DeVetchis says, I'm on a call with your Discord. You have to hit the stage. I don't see you in the audience, Vincent. You got to be in the audience and raise your hand. But it says stage and it says debate a woke liberal. So you should be able to see it. Oh. All right. Got that. Now we can move on to the next one. There's like a cliff face area. I really should probably go here and then go around the cliff. All right. The Briscoe says, keep saying stochastic and Christo-fascist, Amender. I'm making money every time you use those words. Okay. So if I claim that Muhammad is a pedophile, should I be persecuted for hate speech? No. Not really. No. You could do that. I just think, like, if you and your buddies got together and, like, made, like, a big old group, not letting Muslims pray in their mosque or whatever by screaming out, you know, that Muhammad is a pedophile, I'd be like, all right, you're making this a very antagonistic zone. You need to leave. And then if you don't disperse, a fine, jail. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be perfectly okay with that. All right, so we're going to make our way along this cliff, and then at the bottom set of the cliff, we should be able to see it. Harassment is already illegal. I'm not talking about harassment. What I just said, like, say, walking around and marching with a bunch of Nazi slogans and saying things like, you know, oh, Jews will not replace us. That's legal. You can do that. You could totally do that in the United States. You're allowed constitutionally protected speech. I don't think that it should be protected. The Briscoe says, Amender is a fascist. No, I just think I got good ideas. I just think I have ideas that would be beneficial to the United States, and we're pointing our fingers at each other instead of pointing up. But we are taking callers. If you want to call in to debate, the phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Let's have the debate. Yeah, fascist ideas. Dude, if there's anything, it's the right that's, like, openly fascist. Like, Donald Trump is literally trying to censor people like Jimmy Kimmel, for example. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, people are, like, sitting there saying it would be fascist if he was trying to silence his critics, but he doesn't silence his critics. But that's literally what he has been doing. He's been silencing his critics. Is he a fascist now? Like, at what point do we have to call him a fascist? 16309 says, sucks being called a fascist, eh? You know how it feels. First of all, I haven't even called these people a fascist. I would call Donald Trump a fascist because he is. I'm not a fascist, though. I mean, you just would be wrong in calling me a fascist. I believe in making the best life for all people. Donald Trump didn't censor Jimmy Kimmel. Stop it. No, he did kind of do that. Trump had nothing to do with that. Yeah, he did. He literally told the FCC to do that, and then the FCC followed suit and did exactly that. So, I don't know what to tell you. That's freaking wild. You saying people should go to jail for calling someone a name? What? Discovery Hub says, First Amendment, if that's even your real name, you're probably interested in rights and freedom. Yeah, I mean, I like people to be free to do what they want. I just think there's, like, caveats. I think we should consider what we what works and what doesn't work. Okay, I gotta go up. Not that high up. It's only a little high up. There's got to be a way around. Vincent DeVitchis says, Guy was in England at the time. Guy was on a podcast. Prove that he told the FCC to do it. What was your source? Sure, let's see here. Hold on. I got you, baby bird. Don't worry, I'll feed you, baby bird. I'll feed you. This is a AP News article. Kimmel's suspension is the latest display of Trump's growing power over the U.S. media landscape. President Donald Trump has used threats, lawsuits, and government pressure as he remakes the American media landscaping, unleashing long-standing grievances against the industry that has mocked, criticized, and scorned him for years. He's extracted multi-million-dollar settlements, forced companies into costly litigation, and prompted changes to programming that he found objectionable. Now Trump is escalating his campaign of censure and retaliation, invigorated by successful efforts to push ABC late night host Jimmy Kimmel off the air for his commentary on conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. Speaking to reporters aboard the Air Force One while returning from Great Britain on Thursday, Trump said federal regulators should consider revoking broadcast licenses for networks that give him only bad publicity. All they do is hit Trump, he said. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that. They're an arm of the Democratic Party. Brendan Carr, Trump's hand-picked head of the Federal Communications Commission, issued a similar warning on the previous day while criticizing Kimmel's remarks about the political ideology of the suspected assassin. We could do this the easy way or the hard way, Carr said. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. ABC suspended Kimmel hours later. It was that kind of brute force response that Trump and his loyalists have routinely flexed since Republican president returned to the White House with a vow to retaliate against critics and his political opponents. Trump's reach has extended deep into the private sector, using the apparatus of the federal government to pressure companies to make changes that he can reshape the public dialogue. Critics fear crackdowns of free speech. Trump has already reached settlements with ABC and CBS over their coverage. He has filed defamation lawsuits against the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Republicans in Congress stripped federal funding in NPR at PBS. At the FCC, Carr has used influence to target diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to root out what he describes as liberal bias. To the aftermath of Kirk's assassination, Trump has clamped down more firmly, with broader implications than the future for free speech protections that have been a bedrock for the American political system. Attorney General Pam Bondi recently said that we will absolutely target you, go after you, or if you're targeting anyone with hate speech. Her words alarmed advocates who fear an elastic definition of the term that could be used to criminalize dissent. Is this enough information for you? Did you need more? Yes, Donald Trump is directly responsible for Jimmy Kill's cancellation. Kimmel is back on air. Yes, I agree. With a crap ton of protest. A crap ton. But I just want to be clear that Jimmy Kimmel's first being taken off the air because he wants to silence his dissenters is an example of going against free speech directly. So if you're against that, then, I don't know what to tell you. And by the way, that's very fascist. Very, very fascist. Nowhere does the article say that Trump verbatim told the FCC ought to do it regarding Kimmel. Nice semantic ambiguity. That was an ought claim, kid. I'm 36 years old. I don't know why people call me a kid. I'm not a kid. I was born in 1989. I don't know what else you're looking out of me. But I am taking calls, 202-998-5218 if you want to call in. I'm willing to hear out your argument, if you got one. Falsely calling someone a fascist, racist, stochastic terrorist is hateful. You should be prosecuted. I'm sorry, me saying... Well, but he did hire the FCC director, and also Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist. You could just Google what a stochastic terrorist is. He was a stochastic terrorist. Ow. That hurt. Thought that wasn't going to hurt me. Same age as me. Casey says it's not hateful. I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Casey. Vincent says, I tried 100 times to join the Discord and go to the stage. Is it really that hard? All you have to do is join discord.gg. Look, he's like messaging me. Dude. You gotta go to the Discord, then get on the stage. This is not hard. Here, I'll do this and then send you a link to the stage. Here's a link to the stage. There you go. 16309 says, I just gave you an argument and you provided a heavily left biased source and proof to support your narrative. AP News is not a heavily left biased source. You should look at the Ad Fontes media bias chart to prove that. So I'm just going to show you the Ad Fontes media bias chart so you can see for yourself that I'm not blowing smoke up your ass when I'm showing this. So basically what you can see here is like more reliable and less reliable news. The lower it is on the quadrant is the less reliable it is. So you can see, for example, some of the lowest. You can see like the Tony Michaels podcast is, that contains misleading info. On the right, you can see, for example, the Alex Jones show containing inaccurate info. And it turns out as you get more and more towards the middle, you actually end up more towards like fact-based reporting. And if you look right here, AP News is right here. It's basically on maybe swaying just slightly to the left, but I mean, it's highly reliable source. It's not like a disreputable source. It's nothing like these where you can see that it's just not really good information. Like Turning Point USA. I love Turning Point USA is right there. Selective or incomplete or unfair persuasion portion. Heavily skewed to the right. So, hey, this is the metric that I used to consider AP News as a legitimate source. 16309 says, is this according to Ground News as well? No, this is the Ad Fontes media bias chart. I mean, if you want, I can provide it for you. Here it is. Yes, Charlie Kirk was in fact an unreliable source and actually fomented stochastic terrorism. He forced many people to act on behalf of his hate speech, which resulted in the attacks on people. Now, does that mean that he deserved to die? No, he did not deserve to die. And I would never argue in favor of killing somebody on the basis of things that they say, even if it is hate speech. How can they see me? That's wild. Ah, look at that. And there's a little right arrow. How do I... I can see it, but how do I get in it? How did Charlie Kirk force people to act and attack? Source yeah, so the you got to look up what stochastic terrorism is. It'll tell you how it works. Basically, what you have is that you foment a lot of hate speech with a big, giant audience. And when you do that, what it causes is the statistically improbable action become probable if you have a large enough audience. So let's say, for example, that you say that, whites are being invaded upon, and the immigrant is taking your job, and we have to stop these immigrants, and they don't even believe in Christian values, and they're going after the Christians, and if we don't, we will become a white minority country. And you say that to, say, 1 million people, and 1 million people hear it, 2 of them will act on it, right? High probability of someone acting violently on it. And I could show you stats that show that right-wing violence is far more prevalent than left-wing violence. I'm not saying left-wing violence doesn't exist. It definitely does. It's that the violence on the right and the left are completely different things. Heck, before we even knew anything about the Charlie Kirk shooter, it was Donald Trump himself who said that it was a left-wing person. We didn't even know anything about that, and they were already saying that it was like a trans left-wing activist. You were pretty happy about that news about Charlie. I mean, no, I wasn't. I was like, this is gonna foment even more hatred towards left-wingers. Common Circle saying there's no violence on the right. Boy, that's wrong. Aren't you using an appeal to authority fallacy, Mender? You should look at what a relevant appeal to authority is, because your any basic logic book will tell you that there are people who are experts in a field who will tell you that they're giving you an argument as an expert in their field. That wouldn't be an appeal to authority. That's a relevant appeal. So First Amender is a stochastic terrorist when he says trans people are being attacked, and he caused the trans activist to get, well, first of all, anybody who's listening to me should be well aware that I never, ever, ever argue for any amount of violence, whatever. No violence. I don't do violence. I think if you are going to argue in my position, what I would argue is upholding a strict belief in nonviolence, to not use violent action to get your point across. I believe that wholeheartedly. I believe that I can use ideas to hopefully foment a more inclusive atmosphere, not an exclusive one. Amender, you were smiling and giddy. It's on one of your live streams. No, that never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. I appreciate the calm discussion, by the way. However, when it comes to the violence on the right claim, we aren't the ones shooting lefties. I'm glad you aren't endorsing it like the majority on your camp. I have not heard a single authoritative left-wing source argue for violence to the right. That has never happened. However, it's the right arguing violence to the left. I can actually show that. Give me 1 second if I can find it. I really should bookmark this. See if I can find it. I'll find it. Got it. Let me get rid of that paywall. Hang tight. So this is a non-biased source. It is called The Economist. I will go ahead and provide that link. Hassan Piker never argued that. I actually Googled exactly that. Somebody argued that Hassan Piker argued for violence. He never did. That never happened. You should Google it yourself. That never happened. So here's is radical left violence really on the rise in America? And you can see right here where United States criminal cases involving political violence by ideology. Overwhelmingly, it is in fact right-wingers that create and foment violence instead of left-wingers. Casey is accurately saying that there were literal murders of Democratic elected officials earlier this year. That is correct, Casey. Crooks donated to a leftist organization. Why would someone on the right try to unalive Trump? That's dumb. Again, I'm not talking like just overall, the right-wing violence is much higher. It is. In fact, the FBI statistics, they actually released a report recently under Trump's administration to which the FBI administration actually took it down because it looked really, really bad on right-wingers because they did more numbers crunching on who does the most violence. Is the right or the left? It's overwhelming the right. I'm not making this up when I'm saying this. The Economist blends of liberal economic views with socially progressive stances and gives somewhat center-left bias, although it's less ideologically rigid than many mainstream American outlets. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I'm just going to show you the... I can show you like, if you can observe right here, it's probably about as close to the center as you can get. The Economist, you can see it's right there. Kind of hard to see, but you could see it's way up there at the top. They're basically reliable, fact-based, and its political bias is virtually almost perfectly in the center. So I'm sorry, you're just wrong. It's just wrong. It's a very unbiased source. And yeah, it is openly much more that the right is foments violence against the left. And it shows because before we even knew anything about the shooter, Trump was already calling it like the radical left, calling it a left-wing extremist, a trans radical extremist. And that didn't happen. That's actually not the case. He was like an accelerationist, nihilist kid. They didn't fit neatly into one or the other worldview. So it's like, I'm sorry, you're just wrong about this. Okay, I think I have to get through here somehow. It looked like... So Catalyst says, so Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist because he said things that may inspire someone to terrorism, but First Amender isn't when he does the same thing. No, because I'm arguing for total pacifism. If you're gonna follow in what I argue, then you should adhere to a strict rule of total pacifism, that we do not attack people under a basis of hate, but we address people on the basis of ideas. And I believe that. Amender doesn't have a list of professors that he thinks are brainwashing kids. Why is this guy shooting at me? Jesus. He's got night vision. There, he's dead. Charlie Kirk did the same thing. Did he argue specifically in nonviolence? But did literal stochastic terrorism? The guy literally was like a white eugenicist. I'm not even kidding. He like wanted to there to be less brown people in society because he didn't want to become the minority. It's like, what do you think is the result of that kind of argumentation? Like, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to pretend like he was a good guy. He wasn't. He never was. Man, what we got here? Oh, good. ammo there. More ammo. Give me ammo. Can't get the ammo. Give me the ammo. I want the ammo. Whoa, what is that? What is that? That is a really good shotgun. It's badass. Let me see what it's like. Hold on. Oh, wow. That hits hard. Yeah. Wellen saying, first offender is a libtard. Okay. Why don't you call? U.S. Horizon Watch says young voters. Okay. He was an incredible man and you just slandered him. No, I'm kind of just saying things as they are. Sorry. I always thought that, it's supposed to be like the left-wingers that are just like snowflakes. But I swear, as soon as I label him a stochastic terrorist, all of a sudden the right-wingers come out of the woodwork and they lose their freaking mind because I won't suck the dick of a really, really hateful guy that argued and fomented his stochastic terrorism his whole life. I'm sorry. I'm just going to agree to disagree with you there. If you want to call in, you can. Styrofoam says few people seem to call. Yeah, I mean, if people want to be, we had earlier a bunch of calls. There's just a little bit of a lull, I guess, but the phone is open, 202-998-5218. I'll hear you out. My fellow right-winger, let's not resort to ad hominem. Let's have a discussion with him. Yeah, just call in. Call in. I'm taking calls. So would be glad to hear out your arguments. No, you're just a fucking liar, Amender. What did I lie about? Go ahead. What did I lie about? I want to hear it. I'm not wrong. You can get mad at me all you want. I'm not wrong. Vincent says, bro, I'm in Discord. All right, let's see if you're on the stage. Hold on. There you go, Vincent. All right, let's invite you. How you doing, Julian? You're being invited. Julian. I have him invited. He's just not coming up on stage. Oh, he just denied. Invite to speak. Why is Discord really that hard?
Hello?
There you go, Vincent. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
What you want to talk about?
I was just wondering, it's just about, what I was thinking about the other day, that in America, because I'm actually from Australia, but I've got a party here that's sort of following the same sort of trend lines. That's why I follow so closely, and I was listening to Charlie Kirk. I never really listened to him before, so when I watched all of his debates, and I think, well, how does one person from America and everybody that watches him have two completely opposite sides of the coins of who he is? Mm-hmm. One side is he's an angel, Christian, a good guy, good man. And the other, he's a Nazi fascist piece of shit that deserves to die.
I don't believe that he deserved to die.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying that the general gist is that he was a bad person, down to his core, racist, Nazi piece of shit.
Yeah, I believe that. I just don't believe he deserved to die for it.
Yeah, but even you say violent rhetoric, it all comes from the right. All the violence is coming from the right.
Yeah, well, that's empirically verified. I showed that stat.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends what you mean by violent rhetoric. I mean, if you look at CNN and NBC,
yeah, if you go to court for a violent action that you have done based on your political ideology, that would be violent rhetoric. It's overwhelmingly on the right. It's not even close.
All right. You say that the news, like CNN, NBC, calls everyone on the right a fascist?
No.
Do you agree with that?
No. I don't believe everybody on the right is a fascist.
Well, that's good. Well, so then what is on the right? So what are we? White supremacists, fascists? What are we?
Yep,
What
there
are
are
we?
white
What's
supremacists.
the,
There are fascists on the right. Yep.
who?
There are white supremacists. There are fascists that are on the right.
You mean the far right?
Yep.
Right. So who you put in the far? Who do you put in this far right category?
White supremacists and fascists.
Like who? Give me a name.
Charlie Kirk.
Right. Can you find
Andrew
the
Wilson?
quote or any quote that says specifically, it says, "I want a white America. I hate black people." Any sort of thing that gives you
No,
little
he said that
corroborate
whites
what
are being replaced, and he argued great
No, he
replacement theory. Yes, he did.
find for me.
Yeah, I don't need to pull up these quotes. These are available. You can pull them up. He argued this multiple times, many times in different podcasts, saying the same thing, saying that whites are being replaced and that there's too many, and that people are coming to this country and invading our soil, and we're going to be the minority soon if we don't do something about it. He has said that multiple times, and he argues that great replacement theory, which is ultimately going to be a revocation of taking away rights from immigrants if you argue that kind of rhetoric. And also by having 100,000 people listening to that, there is the statistically improbable action of somebody acting upon it becomes statistically probable based on the sheer size of his audience. So he enabled and created stochastic terrorism through his hate speech.
No, I don't think. But I don't think it's hate speech though, because it is what's happening. During Biden, we had over 11 million people coming over the last 4 years. You don't think that was too much people?
No.
Well, I mean, that's more people than the last 3 presidents combined.
I don't have any fear of brown people being around me. It doesn't bother me. The food gets better, and there's lots of labor. It's great.
It doesn't matter what color they are.
Since we're going to have like an aging population, it actually helps to have workers being able to assist in the economy.
No, look. I mean, look. I understand your thing about the brown thing, but let's forget about the color. If you've got 11 million people illegally coming into the country, not being able to check, you don't think that's a problem?
It's not illegal. They're refugee seekers.
All 11 million people, all of them are refugees.
Most of them were asylum seekers.
Where do they come from? Where do they come from?
Some of them came from Mexico. Some places came from Syria. Some from Pakistan. Some from Venezuela. These are all countries that have been destabilized thanks to the United States. And so I think that we have a moral obligation to assist these people who need it based on Geneva Convention standards.
Yeah, that's a bit. ICE actually came up with the results, and 9 out of 10 of them weren't actually supposed to be classified as refugee status. Only 1 out of 10 were classified as a refugee status.
Okay, so then if they're an illegal immigrant, then...
Let me finish. So 9 out of 10 of them are coming here, not actually refugee status, but they claimed it. That means that what happens is the people that are actually in line for refugee status, the people who are actually in line
to determine that, of which Donald Trump and Donald Trump had defunded.
Hold on,
and the
man,
Republicans pushed against having more courts available to be able to take in immigrants.
You gotta let me finish. What I'm saying is, if you've got illegal people coming into the country, what they're doing is they're pushing in line. People who've been in line for years, 19 years, it pushes it back. Now, if you look at the statistics and you look at the papers, 9 out of 10 of the people that ask for refugee status and get it, 9 out of 10 of them aren't from the actual countries that get political refugee status. 9 out of 10. Which means that all the people that are actually supposed to get it are still sitting in line, causing massive problems. So it doesn't matter what color they are. And Charlie's never advocated for white people to come there. I've looked at every single quote that he's done. It doesn't specify anything of that nature. It's the fact that they're illegally coming in.
That's not true. I literally watched multiple hours of him just a couple of days ago, as well as today while I was cleaning my house. And he did argue multiple times great replacement theory.
But the great replacement theory, he's talking about. But let me tell you this, right?
So if you tell that to 1 million people, the chances that somebody acts upon that is quite high. It takes the statistically improbable action and makes it statistically determined. Right? Because it's like if there's a one in a million chance, and I have 1 million dice rolls, the chances that I roll 1 million is quite high. You see how that works? Stochastic terrorist.
Hold on. If 5 million people can't go to Japan every year and they're suffering from mass illegal immigration, people are flooding Japan, And some of the Japanese people go, oh shit, you know what? If we have this many people, we're going to start losing our culture. This is too much too quickly. Are they racist for saying that?
Yes.
Well, then that's your interpretation. I don't see that as racist. And plus, it's happening in England as well. They're going to say, well, we're going to have, there's too many people coming in.
And that's racist too.
You know, I mean, what type of concern do you have to be in order for yourself not to be called racist, according to the left? What do they have to do? Do they have to sort of
not argue anti-immigration stances on the basis of xenophobia?
Yeah, but you're saying stance of xenophobia. How do you determine that?
Oh, well, you literally wanted to discriminate against people on the basis of where they came from and therefore their skin color. The only way that you can even determine whether or not they're from a different country would be the clothing they wear and their skin color. And so you look at those collection of features to determine that they're an immigrant and that they shouldn't be in your country and that they're replacing you and that life is going to get worse for you. It's just xenophobia.
If you've got a bunch of people coming in and they happen to be of different color, and you want to be concerned about the country because you've got too many people coming in that have different values, because you must understand there's two different values in two different civilizations. You got England's got a certain type of value.
I think if you have an instance, let's say for example, if you have like a religious extremism that wants to take away rights from women, then 100%, I believe you. I believe that we should stop that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I believe that we should stop that, but that doesn't mean that therefore they can't come into the country. It just would mean, hey, these are the laws that you must abide by, and if they don't abide by those rules, then they can go to jail for it, and that's perfectly acceptable in my eyes. And I think that if you take in immigrants into the country, you can actually make use of them. Having infrastructure projects to be able to build up infrastructure necessary in order to take on that many immigrants. For example, if you're short on schools, no problem. You just build more schools. You make a nice, big, robust economy where people can work and live and do everything that they see fit. Like, you have to understand that my perspective... Hold on, let me finish. You have to understand that my perspective in society is to make life better for everybody. And if we have in the United States have destabilized certain regions of Mexico and in the Middle East, we have the duty to take in any refugees that we have displaced because of our foreign policy in the United States. And I believe that if you have Mexicans coming into this country, say illegally, then fine, fair enough. Let's give them the paperwork that they need in order to succeed and become a legal citizen of the country.
Okay, let me respond to that last bit. If you send the whole world a message saying, come in here illegally and we'll find you, but we'll give you the papers to be a citizen, what kind of message do you think we're sending to the world?
A xenophobic one.
No, it's saying what he's saying is you don't cross the border illegally, but if you do, we'll give you papers to become a citizen.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to invite more people just to invite them to come over illegally, or do you think they're going to do it legally?
They do it legally because I would make it really easy to become a citizen.
Why would they? Why would they jump in line if you get the prize by jumping the line?
Well, I mean, it's not like it's any quicker. I mean, you're kind of wasting your time. You could just go to the port of entry and then sign the paperwork necessary to be able to become a citizen of the United States. What's the problem?
What you're essentially doing is you're saying, right, these people are jumping in line. We're going to catch them, give them the papers, and then say, right, you guys can now have a citizenship.
Make the process easier so there is no line.
There is a line. There's people who've been waiting 10, 15 years.
I know. We designed, both Democrats and Republicans had designed policies complicating the entire process of becoming a legal citizen. And because the entire process is so complicated and it often needs an immigration lawyer, people often just opt out of it and just decide to become an illegal immigrant and hope for the best. They just decide, listen, I need to work and I need to figure something out to do with my family. I can't wait 5 years on the border of Mexico. I need to find work for my kids and do something. And so they just jump the border and hope for the best. And I just think that we need to make this a much more expedited process where there effectively is no line. It would just be easy to become an immigrant in the United States.
But what if it comes into the detriment of America's own citizens? Do you think it's going to be a problem then?
I would look at the reason why it is being detrimental. Is there not enough food? Is there not enough schooling?
It means there's too
is there
many
not enough
flooding.
housing? Well, no, I would say, what is it that we need to invest our infrastructure in to ensure that there isn't a shortage? And then I would do that thing. I would help private companies build up these things. I would have a big old booming economy, and the white people and the brown people, they're going to sing Kumbaya together. It'll be great because everybody will live a higher quality of living standard because I created a more robust economy.
Yeah, that's funny. Australia about 30 years ago had a big problem with immigration. They were letting in too many people in, but the biggest part of coming here is assimilation. Now, the Chinese and the Indians, they assimilate so quickly, you don't even hear them anymore. They go into the workforce legally, they do all the right things, and then that's it. You don't hear from them again. There's only certain types of demographics that have very, very different values from the West, that if they come illegally and you don't see where they are, they do start creating problems, like in England right now.
Some do, some don't. I have looked at some UK crime statistics that show a slight increase with the influx of immigration. However, when adjusted for control variables, it turns out that the largest determinant is actually poor socioeconomic status, which results in the increase of crime. And so, if things can be done to improve the quality of living of immigrants and make the assimilation process easier, then you would have less problems. There is also the fact that there is levels of xenophobia that make it not comfortable for people to want to be in certain areas, and so they tend to group together. So again, it's just these are things that are relatively solvable. Deportation is not the answer. The deportation is just the xenophobic action that results in your system becoming worse off.
If you send a message to the world saying, "Cut in line, and we'll give you papers."
No, I'm saying that there would be no line. I just explained how there would be no line. I would just make it very easy to become an immigrant in the United States.
For money, you're talking about an ideal world.
I'm just saying,
at the moment,
you don't need to repeat, they're cutting in line, as if that we're concerned about queues in the United States, like you are. I noticed there's there's a bit of a culture regarding queuing in Britain in comparison to the United States. Like people cutting in line, it's seen as rude, but it's not as rude as it is in Britain. But I mean, in all seriousness, though, I go, why is there a line? Why is it so difficult for us to have access to crimes databases in home countries? Why can we not establish? Hear me out. Why can't we have, for example, a diplomatic effort to get access to crimes databases at the border? And when we've got somebody coming into a particular country, they provide their ID. We determine whether or not that they're convicted of any violent crimes of their country. And if they're not on the OFAC list and they're not on the no-fly list, and they don't have any communicable diseases, they took their shots. Here you go. Welcome to the country, SA. Here's your green card. I don't see the problem. Yeah, what's the big issue?
I don't see that. But for you, what you're doing is you're creating a sort of scenario where there is no problems, and using that as your argument to say, well, because I've created this perfect scenario, therefore,
well, there isn't. I mean, the reality is that in among immigrants in the United States, they actually have a lower prevalence of committing crimes than that of their native-born populates. That's empirically provable. That we have information on. We're aware that that's the case. So we're literally making up. We're actually making up the problem and saying, listen, they're bringing in crime, they're bringing in rapists. It's total fabrication. It's nonsense.
Okay, no one said immigrants. Illegal immigrants are, because they're coming from the southern border where they're mostly
coming from. That's also not true. That's also not true.
No, that is true. That's not true. They're most.
And just so you're aware, being an illegal immigrant in the United States, it's not even a felony. It's a misdemeanor.
Right, you got to let me put.
It's not a big deal.
Put a sentence in. You got to let me put a sentence in.
Go ahead, but please don't talk meta.
Huh? I was just saying.
Please don't talk meta.
2 words, then you go on another round.
Yeah.
Let me just finish this.
All right, hold on. I'm going to mute you.
The illegal immigration.
I just server muted you. Nobody can hear you. Right-wingers always do this every single time. There's so many right-wingers, they do this. As soon as I am talking about something, and then you go and then you say, well, if you just let me finish talking, well, I would make my point if you let me finish talking. Well, if you see, you're not actually addressing what's happening. What you're actually addressing is the meta of the discussion, right? The overarching, like, oh, I'm interrupting you, you're interrupting me, instead of addressing the point that I have made. So what I'm going to request of you is that when I unserver mute you, is that you're not going to talk about meta, and you're going to stay on topic. All right? Go ahead.
Talking about illegal immigration being high in every country, and you're saying because of their color is brown, therefore everyone that disagrees is racist, and it's a stupid take, because there's a lot more other problems.
I didn't hear you. I had you server muted. Did you hear what I had to say?
I've been hearing what you said the whole time. You put an ideal world. You say that the immigration, there's not much violence there. I'm talking about the illegal immigration.
Yeah, the illegal immigrants actually commit less crimes than that of native-born populates.
Yeah, because there's less of them. But if you do per capita and you see the increase in crime,
No, including per capita. Yes, per capita. It was per 100,000. There are studies that prove this.
Yeah, the crime does increase. I mean, I don't know why you.
The crime is not increased compared to native-born populations.
But they're not the people coming in.
It actually kind of makes sense, right? Because what happens is that when you have illegal immigrants, they come into this country, they go out of their way to not commit crimes because they know if they do commit a crime, they have a high propensity of getting deported.
You know why they're all You know why they're all criminals? Because they crossed the border illegally. That's why they're criminals.
Of a misdemeanor. Let me ask you
this. That's not a misdemeanor.
Let me ask. That is a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor. The crime that you're referring to, crossing the border illegally, that's a misdemeanor. That is not a felony.
It's illegal.
I understand it's illegal. It's all Okay, so let me ask you this. Just curious. Do you believe that a president should be a felon? Should a felon be able to be president?
It's a bit of a segue, but
no, just curious, right? Because like we're concerned about people being illegal. If somebody is convicted of committing a felony, should they be able to be president?
Like a violent felony?
No, it's a felony. You were really concerned about that misdemeanor, and now all of a sudden I'm talking to you about a felony, much more serious.
If at 12 years old he stole a few grapes, then no. But if he maybe stabbed someone, probably yes.
Oh, well, I mean, you're aware that Donald Trump is a convicted felon, right?
Well, he actually wasn't convicted of anything.
He was convicted.
Found liable.
He was convicted of all 34 counts.
He was found liable. He wasn't convicted.
No, you don't know what I'm talking about.
And he paid a prostitute like maybe 6 years ago, like 30 years ago. Who cares?
Hold on a sec.
I mean, if you have to find out every single politician that's right, not slept with a prostitute,
stop for a second. So you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. Right?
Was one of them insurrection?
No, the 34 counts was regarding tax fraud.
Oh, really? He wasn't charged for insurrection. That's strange.
Oh, I didn't talk about the insurrection. That's an ongoing case. But regardless of that, he is convicted of the 34 felonies of tax fraud. And so here's the problem, right? You are all concerned about the misdemeanor coming from the illegal immigrant. But as soon as I involved a literal felony, he can become the leader of the known world, according to your view. Justify that. How do you square that peg for me? Help me out.
No, because here's the thing.
Yeah,
Biden wasn't.
Let's hear it.
Biden wasn't.
I love the whataboutism. It's every time. Biden's laptop.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Trump's been one of the best presidents for the country. So I think
he's ruined our country. He's made us a joke. We're a joke on the international stage currently. We're literally being laughed at by almost every single politician, and even Putin himself is laughing on his way, as he is the one that actually fomented hatred against the left using social media in order to sway the election in his favor, so that way he can get his precious Ukraine. Did you know about that?
I think the American citizens would disagree with you about the amount of people that turned Republican when he won. I think the majority absolutely told you
you're wrong. 34% of people voted for Donald Trump, and I believe it is 32%. Stop talking. 34% believed in voted for Donald Trump. 32% voted for Kamala Harris, and most people didn't vote. So no, most people don't agree with Donald Trump, and I can't. I just want to let you know, I cannot wait for the midterms to shut that argument down so hard. There is zero probability that people legitimately like, a majority of people legitimately like what Donald Trump is doing right now. I promise you is not the case.
Donald Trump's not the subject. I mean, if you hate Donald Trump, that's fine. I don't want to change your mind on that anyway. What I'm saying is that the fact that you think that Charlie Kirk, you said he was racist, you said he said something about being white as there's no
he is also a
evidence
stochastic terrorist. And I did substantiate that. You can look at any of his podcasts that shows this. I'm not making this up when I'm presenting this as evidence.
You show nothing.
I don't need to. You could just pull up his podcast where he argues great replacement theory. You can ask whatever ChatGPT, Grok, whatever nonsense you like, and say, "Hey, did Charlie Kirk argue great replacement theory?" Why, yes, on episode 237, blah blah blah, he did argue. Yeah, he does. He did. I heard it. You're going to tell me that didn't happen? It did happen. I heard it. I heard him say it.
Let me ask you something. Can I ask you something? Let me ask you something. If the white population in America would be, or you can maybe go to Japan, for instance. Japan's got a seriously low birth rate. It's to the point where it's even below replacement. Mm-hmm. If Japan is worried about that, saying, shit, you know what, we're under replacement, the next 100 years we're going to be about half. If they're worried about that, is that racist?
No.
Why isn't it racist?
No, because that's an anthropological question. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So if the white population in America, England, Australia, and Canada are starting to become below the population, and the birth rates are starting to plummet, and we're not having enough babies. So with the increase every year of population growth, only 20% is births. Is natural birth. The rest is immigration. If white people are worried about that, is that racist?
A little bit, yeah.
So why is it racist for white people but not for Japanese people?
Well, okay, because you're talking about specifically white people, as opposed to just a country that is experiencing low birth rate. Low birth rate in and of itself doesn't mean that it's inherently racist. But if you're sitting there saying, well, hey, look at all the brown people and they have an average of 8 birth rates, and then the white people have an average of less than 2. That means in the future, whites will be replaced. Of course, this denies several problems in anthropology. Number one, the birth rates actually end up matching that of the country that they go to, because when the cost of living increases, people tend to have less babies, and that also includes immigrants coming to your country. Their birth rates decline to that of the regular population because it is just as expensive to have kids as an immigrant as it is as a white person. The second thing is that white people will never actually be factually replaced. It's actually not physically possible. And the reason why is because that there are globalized temperate zones. There are areas that just don't get a lot of sun. And not having a lot of sun causes people to be whiter over time. And so even if you went 1,000 or 10,000 years into the future and there had been all that mixing, there will always, no matter what you do, be white people.
No, look, if you look at the trends now of the amount of white people in America giving birth, it has dramatically dropped in Australia, Canada, England. And if you have massive loads of immigration...
Are you a white guy by any chance?
I am white, but it's besides the point.
Is that a
you
picture
just look
of you?
at pure stats and you don't look at anything else.
Is that a picture of you, bro?
Yeah.
Would you say that are white people the master race?
No. Why would there be a master race? Under God, they're all the same. Everyone's equal under God. So it doesn't. That's what's up. What I'm saying is, if in Australia at the moment,
hold on,
right,
you believe that everyone is equal under God?
Yes.
Okay, so people coming into the country, we should try to like help them in any way, shape, and form, and get them legal immigration, so that way they have the same rights as you. Wouldn't you agree with that?
If they come in legally, yes, of course.
Okay, so shouldn't it be easy to do that, so that way people don't have to be illegal?
Look, my uncle took about maybe 10 years to get here.
That was a question. That was a yes or no. I'm not curious about your uncle. I'm curious about you answering that question.
Yes, it should be easier. Yes, but that doesn't.
Fabulous. We're in perfect agreement. Then we wouldn't have any issue regarding immigration, and there would be no line. Sounds great. I love it.
Yeah. So you're doing the ideal world thing again. That's not what I'm saying. You still think?
Well, no. I'm doing a realistic. I'm doing a realistic world. The world is simple, right? It's we created the problem, and I seek to resolve the problem by addressing the problem directly and head on, instead of having like the weird xenophobic, solution that is just, it's really haphazard and doesn't actually address the problem of illegal immigration.
Where your argument fell through was, so when I said Japanese people, you said not racist. And when I said white people, you said racist. So you actually have a bias.
No. What I said was you said specifically regarding low birth rates. You didn't say specifically Japanese people, and if you did, I didn't hear that. If I heard just low birth rates and you should be concerned about low birth rates, I agree. The solution to low birth rates is immigration. You just have people coming into the country to help with your low birth rates. If that's...
I'm sorry. Who's immigrating to Japan that's not Japanese?
Well, yeah, that's their problem. They decided to go with the xenophobic argument, and now their society is collapsing because of their xenophobia, because of their racism.
So
yes,
so
yes, that portion is racist. Yes,
racist. Is that right?
What?
If they want to be Japanese specifically, they're starting to get really low, and they still want to have their Japanese culture and have Japanese people. That's racist?
No, if you import immigrants, that doesn't mean Japanese culture erodes away. That's not how that works.
Who's going to come from another country that's Japanese?
What? Who's going to come from another country that's Japanese? No. You just have people coming into the country, and then they can assist with the low birth rate, and then they learn Japanese, and after a generation or two, they're Japanese. There's nothing inherent,
Japanese,
right? Like if you just do like a simple 23andMe on just about like a genetics test on just about anybody on planet Earth, save for, I don't know, Aborigines and kings and queens and dukes or whatever, everybody is a mutt. Everybody is like a combination of a bunch of different haplogroups, and because there's just been a lot of race mixing over thousands of years. That's the reality. We can observe that. That's observational across any person, including Japanese people. That's the case. There's a lot of variation that exists.
You've got someone who comes from a completely different country, like the Middle East, and they go all the way to Japan. They're going to have different cultures. And if you go 1%, that doesn't matter. If they want to stay
they adapt to the culture. It's okay. It's fine. They just adapt to the culture. A lot of the Muslims, when they come to the United States, they completely adapt to the culture. They don't like retain their extremism. Maybe their parents were like kind of extreme, but then like the kids grow up and then there they are in just like regular American town, and it's like totally regular and average, and it's not like and it's not like xenophobic towards them. They're like, why are we, why does it have to be so xenophobic? And they just don't do the thing. They just don't, it doesn't carry across generations. It doesn't.
Okay, so we're all racist. Let me just ask you, if instead of immigration, can we not promote natural birth rates up? Is that not something we can consider?
Sure.
So, right, there's a lot of people not having babies. Maybe we should try and do something to like incentivize people that are already here to have more babies.
I mean, we've tried various methods, and most of which are not successful.
When
like
they've
the
tried
thing
methods
is that
to
people, if people
increase
don't want to have children, they don't have to have
I'm not
children.
saying, I'm not
And then there's also the fact that I'll be honest with you, there's probably too many humans already. I would not be against a declining population. That doesn't bother me at all. We have a lot of humans. There's plenty of humans. We're never going to have the infinite growth and infinite birth rate. It's got to taper off. There's got to be a point where it's going to be lower in the future. And I'm okay with that. I don't think that's going to result in anybody dying. It'll be okay.
Would you want to decline birth rates?
What? No, not purposely. I'm saying if it happens, it's not a big deal. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Right. But if you've got a country, regardless of what you want, if you've got a country that wants to increase their birth rate, do you have any problem with that?
That wants to increase their birth rate?
Yes.
I would love to see how they do that without like a really weird authoritarian measure that results in the suffering of a lot of people. I would love to see that.
What if you could use the same argument for over-immigration? You don't want suffering of a lot of people, but you see, you're okay with one idea, but not okay with the other.
But all I'm doing is giving people the opportunity to live their life as they see fit. And yours is like, hey, everybody, you got to have babies, have babies.
Actually,
really
Israel
weird,
did something.
It's really
I don't know
weird.
what they did specifically. No, but Israel did something, I think, about 15 years ago. They did something.
I mean, Israel's an ethno-state. You're not going to find me arguing in favor of an ethno-state. I don't like ethno-states. Ethno-states are bad. Let's not do ethno-states.
No, regardless of what they did something in Israel to increase the childbirth by incentivizing something. I can't remember what they did, but they did something to incentivize, and it's worked. They've tripled the population in the last 15 years.
Okay, great. I don't want to do what ethno-states do.
Yeah, so that's good. So you're okay with either increase of birth rate and migration.
No, I'm okay with people doing the things that they want to do and live their life as they see fit. And we don't need to worry about birth rate. It'll be okay. If it gets too low and you don't have enough working people, you just get immigrants and then you'll be good. You'll get over the hump and then you live your life as you see fit. Very simple.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Just do you reckon that people, if a population's going somewhere in the wrong direction, and do we give people the right to make the wrong choice, or can we advise against that?
The wrong what's the wrong direction?
So let's say that all countries in the West have a declining birth rate. Let's just say we do nothing and leave it as is, and the more we go, the more demographics go smaller and smaller. Is that something that we should say eventually, like, oh, maybe we should say something or do something?
Then we'll have less people. It's not a big deal. There's too many people anyway.
But then America won't be America anymore. Because if you adapt American culture,
I just want people to live their life as they see fit and to live a good life. That's it.
Yeah, but
if that results in there being less people, that's not a big deal. Like people would just have less babies, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
So don't violate people's rights now, even if later on it ends up in a big problem.
Where's the problem?
Well, I'll tell you. Let's just say in America they've got a culture of not really family units anymore. They don't really have families that much anymore. They don't have much birth rates anymore. So anybody comes to Australia and adapts to that culture, it actually lessens the culture. But then bringing in more people. I
don't think it's sustainable that everybody can just have like this big giant family with like 8 kids. It's not possible. It's never going to happen.
Well,
we're on one Earth, and we have almost 8 billion people on this one Earth. There's a lot of people. We're good on the people department. We got plenty of people. We don't need more people.
Regardless of what the world is, plus I think there's actually an underpopulation. But anyway, that's a different conversation.
Wrong.
What I'm saying is, if you're in a country, all different people,
we're literally choking this planet of all of its resources. A huge economic strain.
But anyway, that doesn't look. If you've got a country, regardless of what the world state is in, and they want to increase their population, you're okay with birth rates and you're okay with migration as well.
The only way that, first of all, birth rates naturally will increase if it's easy to have a baby, and it's easily affordable. But if it's not affordable, people don't have babies. If you want to fix birth rates, you have to fix socioeconomic conditions for individuals. That's
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm
what I
already
mean. It's fine.
and I'm already arguing for that. So I don't know what you're arguing against at this point. I just don't argue for like the weird authoritarian system that says, "Hey, women, you're white, have baby, and brown people stay out of country because me no
No, see,
want
that's the
great
thing. You keep
replacement."
bringing up. I haven't brought up race once. You keep bringing up race. I didn't bring up brown people, Asian people. I didn't bring that. I'm simply saying, if you've got a country, it doesn't matter what color you are, and there's a problem
All
in
right,
that
great.
country.
So then you'd be okay with immigrants coming into the country, and since it's not
as
about
long as they
race, right?
assimilate. No, but as long as they come in, assimilate to American culture, and have the culture of America, and not come in illegally.
Okay, they're already doing that. What's the problem?
No, the Trump administration is already doing that.
No,
Biden
no.
was
The
not
Trump
doing it.
administration has blocked all ability for asylum seeking, effectively going against Geneva Convention standards, mind you. Asylum seeking is common among any first world nation. It is effectively required that if you have refugee and asylum seeking, that it behooves you under your responsibility to assist people who need it.
You don't cross the border illegally and then try.
I
to seek
love that
asylum.
you just don't engage at all. You just like say your weird racist talking point, completely ignoring everything I said.
I haven't mentioned a single race. You see, this is the biggest problem as well.
Anyway,
you think your rhetoric.
I think we're done here, Julian. It was nice talking to you.
All right, good talk. Good talk.
And I'm banning that guy off the server. Jesus fuck, dude. Fuck that guy. I don't like racist guys. I'm sorry. Listen, I accept people who call in, right? Let me just... The only reason why is because like I hang out in the Discord. It's like my spot where I like chill and vibe. And I don't want to be suffered racist. Anyway, how long have we been streaming? Man, it's been 5 hours. That's wild. Wild. Well, y'all. I appreciate you guys calling in. That was fun. Briscoe says caller wasn't racist. You're a snowflake, Amanda. No, it's my Hangout server, dude. I banned racist from my Hangout server. It's where I hang out. I mean, if you want to call in directly and be racist, that's fine. But I hang out there on a daily basis, and I just can't be suffered with that. Anyway, thank you all very much. We will do some more in the future. So subscribe if you haven't, and join my Discord, discord.gg/First Amender, but only if you're not a racist. If you're planning on being racist, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't let you. Bye-bye, everybody.